Every mystery starts with a lie, but tonight's lie was buried underground for decades, and when the truth finally rises, someone will not escape alive. Before we begin, where are you watching from and what time is it right now? This is a DarkPulse crime thriller, a psychological horror mystery filled with twists, experiments, and unexpected shocks. Stay with me. The darkest part comes last. The path to nowhere. The night had a strange kind of silence. The kind that doesn't comfort you, the kind that warns you. A long stretch of Route 16, empty, endless, cutting through the Midwest like a forgotten scar. No sound except the low hum of Adrian Cole's old truck and the steady beat of his heart. A little faster tonight for reasons he couldn't name. This is the kind of road people whisper about. The kind of road where true crime mysteries begin, where dark suspense stories are born, where shadows feel heavier than they should. Locals call it the path to nowhere. Outsiders don't even bother with names. Adrian had spent years avoiding it, and yet here he was, returning to the same place where everything in his life had been ripped apart. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel as the moon dipped behind low clouds. The road turned darker, colder, almost like it remembered him. A quiet breath escaped him. 20 years, he whispered into the empty truck. Emily, I'm still here. His sister's disappearance wasn't just a case. It wasn't just another missing person file. It was the wound that shaped his entire life. The reason he couldn't settle, couldn't rest, couldn't breathe without wondering what really happened that night. He'd promised himself he wouldn't come back. But promises mean nothing when grief grows teeth. For a moment, the radio crackled with static, then went dead. Adrian frowned, tapping it twice. Nothing. Another breath. Another mile. And then, something stumbled into the road. He slammed the brakes, hard. The truck skidded, tires screeching against asphalt, the entire world jolting into a sharp, terrifying stop. His seatbelt tugged against his chest as he leaned forward, eyes wide. There, in the washed-out yellow of the headlights, stood a girl, barefoot, shivering, half-collapsed, breathing in short, broken gasps like she had been running for her life. Her hair was tangled, her clothes torn at the edges. One arm clutched her ribs as though holding herself together. Adrian blinked, trying to process the scene. A teenage girl alone on Route 16 at this hour? The place where people vanish without a trace? He opened the door slowly and stepped out into the cold night. Hey, it's okay, he said gently, hands raised in a non-threatening way. You're hurt. Let me help you. The girl froze, eyes widening further. She looked terrified, not of him, but of something behind her. Something that wasn't there. Please, she whispered, her voice thin and cracked. Don't let them take me back. The words struck him like a punch. Not just the fear, but the familiarity. 20 years ago, Emily had said something similar the night she disappeared, according to the one witness who heard her last scream. Who? Adrian asked quietly. Who's after you? She shook her head violently. I can't say it, I can't. Her knees buckled. Adrian rushed forward and caught her before she hit the ground. She felt light, too light, like she hadn't eaten properly in days. He eased her toward the truck. I'm not leaving you out here, he said, steady and firm. Whatever's going on, you're safe now. I'll get you help. No hospitals, she whispered urgently. No police, please. That was wrong, deeply wrong. Only people running from something monstrous avoid the police. Only victims of serious crime reject hospitals. Adrian hesitated, studying her closer. She looked about 19. There were scratches on her arms, bruises on her shoulders, dirt smeared across her legs. But the most unsettling thing wasn't the physical state. It was her eyes. They were exhausted but alert, terrified, but determined. Like she had witnessed something she could never forget. "What's your name?" Adrian asked. She swallowed hard. "Mia." "Okay, Mia, I'm Adrian. I'm going to put you in the truck and get you somewhere safe. No one's taking you anywhere." She nodded weakly. He guided her into the passenger seat. She curled into herself, arms wrapped tightly around her chest, shivering despite the heat he immediately turned on. Adrian got back behind the wheel, still shaken. He glanced at her. "Can you tell me where you came from? Were you in trouble? Lost?" She stared out of the windshield, voice barely audible. "I shouldn't be here." A pause. "No one leaves this road alive." A cold ripple ran through Adrian's spine. "What do you mean?" he asked. Mia slowly turned her head toward him, lips trembling. "They watch it. They watch everyone. And if they see you, you're already theirs." Her words didn't feel like paranoia. They felt like memory. Before he could ask more, Mia's breath hitched. She pointed toward the rear window with a shaking hand. "Lights," she whispered. Adrian checked the mirror. Nothing. "No, higher," she said. "Over the hill. They always come without sound. Turn off your lights. Please, please, turn them off." Her fear was raw, primal. It made Adrian's stomach twist. He turned off the headlights instantly, plunging them into darkness. The truck idled quietly on the old highway. He waited, listened, breathed shallowly, and then he heard it. A sound so faint it almost blended with the wind. A low engine hum, smooth, controlled, predatory. A vehicle crested the far hill. Its headlights stayed off, a dark shape moving silently along the road. Adrian's pulse slammed in his ears. Mia grabbed his sleeve, nails digging in. "Don't move! Don't even breathe!" loud. The shadowed vehicle passed them slowly, almost creeping, as though scanning the roadside. Adrian kept his eyes low, resisting every instinct to look. The unknown car drifted by. No plate visible, tinted windows. A black SUV, exactly the type used in many true crime abduction cases he'd studied over the years. Only when the vehicle disappeared down the curve did Mia unclench her breath. "They know I escaped," she whispered. "And now they'll look for me. They don't stop." Adrian's mind raced. A girl injured, terrified, on the very road where his sister vanished. A silent SUV hunting at night. A pattern too familiar to ignore. "Who are they?" he demanded softly. Mia closed her eyes. "You won't believe me. No one ever does. Try me." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I heard them say that the ones who disappear never really disappear. They're taken, hidden, used, and if someone escapes, like me, they go after anyone who helps them." Adrian felt the weight of those words sink deep. He'd already chosen his path. He started the engine again. "We're getting off this road," he said, "now." Mia nodded, her breath shaky. As the truck pulled away, neither of them noticed that the black SUV had stopped just around the bend. Its engine still running, its driver silently watching from the shadows. The dark crime mystery had begun, and Adrian had no idea that picking up Mia Hart would drag him into the deepest, deadliest part of the Nowhere Road conspiracy, and into the truth about Emily that no one ever wanted him to find. The truck rolled forward in the dark, its lights still off, moving slowly down Route 16 like a ghost slipping through fog. Adrian didn't dare speed. One wrong move, one sudden glare of headlights, and whoever was in that black SUV would know exactly where they were. Mia hugged her knees tightly, staring straight ahead with hollow eyes. Adrian kept glancing at her, trying to piece together the chaos she carried. She wasn't just someone running from trouble. She was someone running from something organized, something planned. A crime network, maybe. A dark trafficking operation, maybe. The kind of thing that lived behind the shadows of lonely highways. He had read about these kinds of cases in old true crime files, people disappearing along empty stretches never found again. But Mia wasn't one of those names. She was here, alive, barely. After a long silence, Adrian finally spoke. Mia, where did they take you from? Were you kidnapped near this highway? She didn't respond at first. Then slowly, with a distant expression, she whispered, I don't know where it started. I only know where it ended. What does that mean? She closed her eyes, voice shaking. I remember waking up in a room with metal walls. I remember the sound of water dripping. I remember someone saying, She's awake. Move her before the others see. And after that, running. Just running. Until I got here. Adrian swallowed hard. Do you remember how long ago this was? No. Do you know who took you? No. Did you escape? Her voice cracked. I think so. You think? She turned toward him suddenly, eyes bright with terror. You don't understand. I don't know what's real. Every time I try to remember, it feels like someone else is controlling the memory, like I'm remembering things that didn't happen to me. She paused, gripping her temples. And things I should remember are gone. Her fear was real, raw, and it pulled something deep inside Adrian. He inhaled slowly. Mia, you're safe with me. Whatever this is, we'll figure it out. She stared at him for a moment, almost studying him. Then she whispered, You sound exactly like someone I used to know. Who? I can't remember their name. Her frustration grew. Adrian could see the pain in her expression, the confusion eating her from inside. She wasn't lying. She wasn't making anything up. Something had been done to her, mentally, physically, or both. But before he could ask more, she jolted upright. Turn here, she said sharply. What? Why? Just do it, now! Her voice held an instinctive certainty that made his nerves spike. He quickly turned the wheel, leading them down a dirt road branching off Route 16. The moment they turned, Mia ducked down in her seat. They're coming back! Adrian's pulse hammered as he glanced in the mirror. His blood turned to ice. At the top of the hill, a pair of faint headlights flickered on, then off again. The black SUV was searching. Adrian killed the engine and lights instantly. The truck rolled to a soft stop beside a cluster of dark trees. Don't move, Mia whispered, barely audible. They sat in absolute stillness. The only sound was the wind brushing through the branches. Then the SUV slowed as it reached the bend. Its engine idle was barely a hum, but it felt like thunder in Adrian's chest. Mia trembled. Her breath shivered in short, uneven bursts. They always look first, she whispered. They always listen. Adrian kept one hand on the ignition, the other gripping the door handle, prepared to run or fight, whatever came first. The SUV crawled past, slowly, almost deliberately, as though tasting the air for them. Its windows were pitch black, reflecting nothing. And then it stopped, right beside the turn Adrian had taken. Mia let out a tiny gasp and covered her mouth. Adrian's heartbeat pounded so hard he feared the driver might hear it through the night air. The SUV didn't move for almost a full minute. A chilling, suffocating silence swallowed the road. Then suddenly it rolled forward again, picking up speed until it disappeared around the curve. Mia collapsed back into the seat, shaking. They know I'm not dead, she whispered. That's why they're searching so hard. Adrian took a slow breath, trying to calm his hammering pulse. Mia, who told them you were dead? I don't know, she whispered. But I remember someone saying, she won't last long out there, let them think she's gone. Tears welled in her eyes. And then I heard footsteps leaving. When I opened my eyes again, I was alone. Adrian leaned back in his seat, processing every word. This wasn't just a normal kidnapping. This wasn't just a runaway case. This was something bigger, calculated, coordinated, possibly connected to the very case that haunted his own past. Mia, Adrian said quietly, do you know the name Emily Cole? Mia blinked. No. She disappeared 20 years ago, not far from here. Her expression shifted just slightly, but enough for Adrian to notice. I'm sorry, she whispered. I don't know her. Okay. Adrian didn't push, not yet. But you should know. This road isn't new to me. I lost someone here too. Mia stared at him. For the first time since meeting her, she seemed to see him beyond the fear. I'm sorry, she said softly. No one should lose someone like that. Her voice held a strange familiarity, and it struck him deeply. He didn't know why. Maybe loneliness recognizes loneliness. Maybe broken recognizes broken. Before he could respond, Mia touched his arm lightly. You shouldn't have stopped for me. I had to. No, you really shouldn't have. Her fear was rising again, but different this time. Quieter, more personal. Adrian frowned. Why not? She hesitated, then whispered something that made him cold. Because you're not the first person I've met on this road. He stiffened. What do you mean? She looked out the window, eyes unfocused. I remember someone else. Someone who tried to help me. He told me he wouldn't let anything happen. He told me he'd protect me. Adrian's breath caught. What happened to him? Her voice hollowed. They took him. A silence fell heavier than the night itself. Did you see who? No. Her voice trembled. But I heard him scream. Adrian clenched the wheel, jaw tight. And they'll do the same to you, she murmured. No, Adrian said softly. Not this time. Mia shook her head. You don't understand the people behind this. Then help me understand. She looked at him, really looked at him for the first time. I can't remember enough to explain, she said painfully. But I know one thing. Whoever took me, whoever took the others, they don't stop. Ever. And if they know I'm alive, if they know I'm with you. She didn't finish. She didn't have to. Adrian already knew. Every instinct in him screamed that this wasn't a coincidence. Mia appearing on the same road where Emily vanished. A black SUV hunting at night. Mia's fragmented memories. And the feeling that this highway wasn't just dangerous. It was cursed by design. Adrian turned the key and started the engine again. We're leaving the dirt road. We'll head to the nearest town. You can rest and I'll figure out what's going on. Mia exhaled shakily. Which town? Hawthorne Ridge. Her reaction was instant. No, please, anywhere but there. Why? Adrian asked, confused. She pressed both hands against her face, shaking. I don't know, but I feel like I've been there before. Adrian paused. Mia, have you? I don't remember. How would you know? She whispered. Because every time I say the name, something inside me hurts. The truck rolled forward once more, heading toward the one place both of them feared in different ways. The place where Adrian's past died, and the place Mia somehow remembered, without remembering anything at all. Hawthorne Ridge, a town full of secrets, a town where everyone knows something, a town waiting for them in the dark. The road toward Hawthorne Ridge stretched out before them like a dark ribbon carved through miles of untouched land. Occasionally, the headlights of distant trucks flickered far away, but none came close. None crossed their path. Route 16 remained eerily empty, as though the world had quietly agreed to stay away from this place. Inside the truck, a heavy silence settled between them, not hostile, just loaded, weighted with fear, with questions, and with the sense that both of their stories were tied to this road in ways neither fully understood yet. Mia leaned her head against the window, breathing softly, eyes half closed. Every few minutes she flinched, small automatic jerks like someone bracing for a blow. Trauma lived inside her muscles, inside the way she breathed, inside the way she watched the darkness. Adrian noticed. He noticed everything. "You warm enough?" he asked gently. She nodded. "Yeah?" Another pause. "You're thinking too loud," she said suddenly. He blinked. "What?" She smiled faintly, but it was the saddest smile he'd ever seen. "I can tell when someone's hiding their fear behind silence." Adrian exhaled slowly. "Fair enough." "You scared?" he asked. "Always," she whispered. "Aren't you?" He didn't answer. She looked at him sideways. "You're scared of this place, I can tell." "I'm not scared of the place," Adrian muttered. "I'm scared of what it took from me." Mia's voice softened. "Your sister." He stiffened. "How do you... You said her name earlier. Emily." She paused. "The way you said it, it sounded like a wound." A long, painful moment passed. Adrian kept his eyes on the road, but his mind drifted back to 20 years ago. To the phone call, the search teams, the forest, the broken flashlights left behind, the rumors, the panic, the faces of the other families. And then, the silence. The silence that came when the town decided to stop searching. Most people moved on with their lives. Adrian never did. "She disappeared not far from here," he said quietly. "With 3 others, no bodies, no clues, just gone." Mia swallowed hard. "I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. It still hurts." He didn't deny it. Mia touched the window, her fingers trembling. I think there are more people like me," she said softly. "People who got away, or tried to." Adrian frowned. "How do you know?" Mia shook her head. "It feels like I heard them. Somewhere, voices crying, people begging someone to let them out." Her voice grew shaky. "But I don't know if it's memory or imagination. I can't trust anything inside my head." "You can trust me," Adrian said. The moment he said it, he regretted it. He didn't know if he should offer trust so quickly, or if he even meant it. But something about Mia made him say it anyway. Mia studied him for a long moment. "You're trying to save me," she said. "It's not your job." "Maybe it is," he replied quietly. Her eyes softened. For the first time, the fear in them shifted. Not gone, just changed. But the moment didn't last. A loud, sharp, metallic clink echoed somewhere outside, slicing through the stillness of the night. Mia gasped and ducked instantly. Adrian braked hard, eyes darting around. "What was that?" he whispered. Mia pressed herself against the seat. "They're here. They're here. Adrian, please, keep driving." He didn't wait for more. He tapped the gas and sped forward, scanning all mirrors. Nothing. Just darkness. But Mia kept shaking, her voice trembling. "I heard that sound before, that metal sound. It's something they use. Something heavy. I don't know what it is, but I know it means someone's close." Adrian kept one hand tight on the wheel. "Mia, listen to me. There's no one." At that exact moment, the truck's dashboard lights flickered just once. Then again. Then everything went briefly dark. The headlights cut out entirely, the road vanished, and for 2 seconds they were driving blind. Adrian swore under his breath. He slammed the brakes and the truck rolled to a stop. "What's happening?" Mia cried. Adrian switched the lights again. Dead. He tried the radio. Dead. He checked the battery meter. Full. "Electrical interference," Adrian muttered. "But how?" A moment later, the lights flicked back on by themselves, flooding the deserted highway with blinding white. Mia whimpered and covered her ears. "Don't look! Don't look behind us!" "What? Why? Just don't!" Adrian froze, then slowly. He lifted his eyes to the rearview mirror. There was nothing there. No SUV, no movement, no headlights. But there was something else. Something far, far worse. A fresh tire track behind them, right behind the truck. As if another vehicle had been inches from their bumper. But vanished the second the lights flickered. "Mia," Adrian whispered, "did you see something?" "I heard them," she said, voice cracking. "I heard a door slam. I heard boots on the ground. Adrian, they got out of the car." His pulse hammered. "And then what?" he whispered. "I don't know." Her voice shook. Everything went black. And then they were gone. Adrian tried to breathe slowly, but his lungs felt tight. "Okay," he muttered. "We need to keep moving." He restarted the truck and drove forward again, this time pushing the speed a little more. Mia curled up again, her eyes darting around wildly. For a long while, neither of them spoke. Finally, Mia whispered something so faint he almost didn't catch it. "This road, it takes people. But it gives some back," Adrian frowned. "What do you mean?" Mia didn't look at him. She didn't blink. She didn't breathe fully. "I think I'm one of the ones it gave back." A cold shiver crawled up Adrian's spine. "What does that mean?" he asked. But Mia didn't answer. Her eyes had drifted upward, staring blankly at the roof. Her breathing slowed. Her expression softened into an empty, haunted stillness. Almost like she'd slipped away inside her own mind. "Mia?" Adrian called gently. She didn't respond. "Mia. Hey, stay with me." Still nothing. Her lips moved slightly and a whisper escaped her. There was a song, someone humming, a woman calling a name. "What name?" Adrian asked. She blinked, confused. It sounded like... Her voice cut off suddenly. Adrian's heart lurched. "Mia, what name?" She shook her head violently and clutched her skull. I don't know, it hurts. Stop asking." Okay, sorry, I won't ask." He reached over and grabbed her hand to steady her. "Breathe, just breathe." She inhaled shakily, then exhaled, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to remember," she whispered. "Why not?" Because I feel like if I do..." She looked at him through trembling lashes. "I won't survive what I find." Adrian went silent. He didn't know how to reassure her. He didn't know how to reassure himself. The road curved gently ahead, leading them toward the faint, distant lights of Hawthorne Ridge, a place filled with secrets neither of them understood yet. And then, as if the highway itself had a voice, a low, rumbling horn echoed from somewhere behind them. Not a car, not a truck, something larger, deeper, older. Mia gripped his arm so tight her nails dug into his skin. "They found us," she whispered. But Adrian didn't look back this time. He only said, "Let them follow. Whatever's coming, I'm not losing anyone on this road again." The lights of Hawthorne Ridge grew brighter, but the darkness behind them grew deeper. The mystery of the lost highway was only just beginning. And neither Mia nor Adrian had realized yet that their pasts were about to collide in the most devastating way imaginable. Echoes from the forgotten woods, a past that won't die. Hawthorne Ridge appeared slowly through the trees like a memory trying to surface. Dim streetlights glowing through thick branches, old wooden houses scattered across gentle hills, a narrow main street that looked frozen somewhere between life and abandonment. The moment the town came into view, Mia straightened in her seat. Her breathing changed. Slower, shallow, almost like her lungs were resisting the air. "You okay?" Adrian asked quietly. Mia didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on the distant tree line, the dark mass of woods stretching behind Hawthorne Ridge like a hungry shadow. I've seen this place, she whispered. Adrian frowned. You told me that before, but how? I don't know. Her voice trembled. I just know these trees, that row of houses, that water tower. Her fingers dug into the seat. But I've never lived here, I've never been here, so why do I remember it? Adrian didn't have an answer. He drove forward slowly, entering the edge of town. The air felt colder here, heavier, as if the entire place exhaled with suspicion. A sign creaked in the wind. Welcome to Hawthorne Ridge, a quiet place to call home a lie. Adrian could feel it. Mia could too. Her voice cracked as she whispered, quiet places have the loudest secrets. Adrian parked the truck outside a small empty diner. Its neon sign flickered weakly. Hawthorne Cafe. Inside, the lights were on, but there were only 2 customers, both staring down at their plates like they were afraid to look anywhere else. You hungry? Adrian asked. No, Mia said instantly. You need to eat something. No, she repeated, voice tight. Not here. He nodded, not wanting to push her. Okay, we'll just rest for a moment. As they stepped inside, the bell above the door chimed sharply, too loud in the quiet room. The 2 customers didn't look up. The waitress behind the counter froze mid-wipe, her eyes widening before she quickly forced a smile. Evening. Cold night, huh? Booth wherever you like. Adrian nodded and chose a seat near the back. Mia sat across from him, back rigid, hands clasped tightly in front of her. The waitress approached cautiously. Coffee? Something warm? You 2 look like you've had a long drive. We're fine, Adrian said, just stopping through. The waitress hesitated, then leaned in slightly. You're not from around here, are you? No, Adrian said flatly. Her eyes flicked to Mia, then to the window, then back to Adrian. You should be careful on that road, she whispered. Adrian's breath stalled. What do you know about the road? He asked. The waitress swallowed hard, glancing around as if someone were listening. People get lost out there, she murmured. People vanish. No one talks about it. You shouldn't either. She turned quickly and walked away before Adrian could ask anything else. Mia hugged her arms around herself. They know something, she whispered. Everyone here knows something. Adrian looked around. The diner was small but full of tension. The older man in the corner kept glancing at the door. The woman at the bar stirred her coffee in slow circles, staring into it like she was afraid of what she'd see if she looked up. And the waitress kept wiping the same spot on the counter with trembling hands. Mia leaned forward suddenly. Someone's coming, she whispered. Adrian tensed. How do you know? She pointed toward the window. I can feel it. Before he could respond, the bell on the door chimed again. A tall man stepped in, heavy boots, thick coat, a sheriff's badge pinned to his chest. Sheriff Miles Rowan. Adrian stiffened instantly. Rowan scanned the diner, his gaze cold, sharp, calculating. It stopped at Mia. Her breath left her body. He walked toward them slowly, each step echoing louder than the last. Adrian stood halfway, positioning himself between Rowan and Mia. Evening, Rowan said. His voice was calm, too calm. We don't get many visitors this late, especially not on Route 16. We're passing through, Adrian said. Rowan's eyes drifted to Mia again. You hurt? He asked her. Mia shook her head quickly. You sure? He asked, not taking his eyes off her. You look like you've been running, Adrian cut in. She's fine. Rowan smiled slightly, but not kindly. Didn't ask you. Mia tensed. We're just resting. Rowan leaned in, lowering his voice. You know, people who show up here injured usually have a reason, and people who show up with strangers. He paused, gaze tightening. Usually have secrets. Adrian's jaw clenched. We don't want trouble. Trouble? Rowan chuckled softly. Trouble finds itself on Route 16, always has. His eyes locked with Adrian's. You look familiar, have we met? No? Rowan tilted his head. You sure? Adrian didn't blink. Positive. Rowan stared a moment longer, then, like a switch flicked inside him, and he softened. Well, he said, stepping back. Welcome to Hawthorne Ridge. If you plan on staying the night, just check in at the Hawthorne Lodge across the square. And if you're not staying... His smile returned, much colder this time. Just keep driving. Long roads can be dangerous. He tipped his hat and walked out. The bell chimed behind him. The entire diner exhaled. Mia let out a shaky breath. He knows me? Adrian frowned. He recognized you. I don't know. But the way he looked at me... She held her arms. I felt like he'd seen me somewhere before. Adrian's stomach nodded. Let's leave, Mia said. Yeah, Adrian agreed, and we shouldn't stay here long. They stepped back into the cold night. The woods loomed behind the town, endless black, whispering through dry branches. The air smelled earthy, damp, old. Mia turned toward them instinctively, her face drained of color. I hear something, she whispered. Adrian froze. What do you hear? A voice? She pointed to the tree line, eyes wide. A woman's voice, calling a name. It's so faint, but I can hear it. What name? Mia squeezed her eyes shut, trying to remember. It sounds like M. His breath caught. Mia, are you sure? She shook her head violently. No, I don't know. It's just something in that forest. Something is calling. A gust of wind blew from the trees, cold enough to sting. Adrian slowly turned toward the woods. The same woods where Emily disappeared. The same woods where 3 other kids vanished. The same woods this town refused to talk about. A place holding secrets older than Mia, older than Adrian, older than the case itself. Mia took a hesitant step backward. Something's watching us from those trees. How can you tell? Adrian asked. Her voice was barely a breath. Because it's calling me back. Adrian placed a hand on her shoulder, steadying her. You're not going in there, he said quietly. Not tonight. Mia didn't argue, because she knew and Adrian knew and the silent woods knew. This was only the beginning. A past buried 20 years ago was waking up. And its echoes were pulling them both closer. Closer to danger, closer to truth, closer to something neither of them was ready to face. The forgotten woods waited, and it never forgot anything. They checked into the Hawthorne Lodge because there was nowhere else to go. The building stood at the corner of the town square, an old, tired structure with peeling white paint, dim lights, and a wooden sign that swayed in the wind like it had given up, resisting years ago. The parking lot was almost empty. Only 2 cars, 1 pickup, 1 dusty sedan. Adrian parked the truck and glanced at Mia. You okay to walk? He asked. She nodded, but her hands shook as she opened the door. The lobby smelled like old coffee and cleaning chemicals that never quite got the job done. A TV in the corner played some late-night talk show no one was really watching. A single lamp flickered near a faded sofa. At the reception desk, an older man sat with a newspaper spread out in front of him. His hair was gray at the temples, his face lined not just with age, but with worry. He looked up as they approached. His eyes lingered on Adrian first, then on Mia. The newspaper slipped a little from his fingers. Adrian Cole, he said, voice low, disbelieving. Adrian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't given his name. Do I know you? Adrian asked carefully. The man stared for a second longer, then folded the paper slowly. Last time I saw you, you were just a kid, he said, standing outside the sheriff's office, asking why your sister wasn't on the search list that day. He paused. Name's Howard Briggs. I used to be sheriff here. Mia stiffened beside Adrian. You worked Emily's case, Adrian said quietly. Briggs nodded once. I did. Adrian felt a rush of anger he hadn't anticipated. You failed it. Briggs didn't flinch. I know. The lobby went silent. The TV murmured in the background. The old heater rattled. Mia glanced between them, sensing the thick history hanging in the air. Briggs sighed, rubbing his forehead. You need a room? He asked. I'll give you one. But if you're back here to dig into the past, you're walking into something you can't imagine. Adrian leaned forward on the counter. What do you know about Route 16? He asked. About the disappearances, the missing kids, my sister, the others? Briggs held his gaze for a long moment, then shook his head. This town made a decision a long time ago, he said quietly. Some of us never agreed with it, but we had no choice. Mia frowned. What decision? Briggs looked at her and something passed over his face. Shock, recognition, fear. You, he whispered. He swallowed. Where did you find her? Adrian's jaw clenched. On the highway. She was hurt, running from someone. Briggs' hands tightened around the desk. They'll come here, he said. If they know she's alive, they'll come for her. And for you. Who? Adrian demanded. Who is they? Briggs looked toward the front door, then toward the single security camera in the corner of the ceiling. Not here, he muttered. Walls have ears in this town. Take the keys. He grabbed a room key from the board and slid it over. Room 12, back of the hall. Get some rest. At dawn, if you're still here. Meet me behind the lodge. No phones, no questions before then. Adrian didn't like it, but he didn't have a better option. Mia was swaying where she stood, exhaustion dragging at her limbs. Her eyes had the dull glaze of someone at the edge of collapse. We'll be there, Adrian said finally. Briggs gave Mia one last haunted look, then returned to his chair and his newspaper, pretending nothing had happened. As they walked down the hallway, the carpet muffled their steps. The walls were lined with faded photographs of the town. People smiling at fairs, kids playing in the snow, fireworks over the lake. The kind of small-town life that looked perfect in pictures, too perfect. Mia brushed her fingers over one of the frames, then suddenly froze. Wait, she whispered. Adrian turned. What is it? She stared at one of the photos, a group of teenagers standing in front of a wooden sign that read, Camp Pinebrook, Summer Session. I know this, she breathed. Adrian's heart lurched. Mia, this camp, this is where Emily disappeared. Mia's eyes scanned the faces in the photo, panic rising. I know. I know these trees, that trail behind them, that dock near the water. She pressed a hand to her temple. But I've never been here. I shouldn't know this. She stumbled back, her breathing fast and shallow. Adrian caught her shoulders gently. Look at me. Focus on my voice. It's okay. It's not okay, she whispered. Why does every part of this place feel like a dream I woke up from too early? He glanced at the photo again. Emily wasn't in it. It predated her disappearance by some years, but everything about it, the trees, the paths, even the faded cabins in the background, felt like pieces of a puzzle sliding into place. Let's get you into the room, he said softly. Room 12 was small but clean. 2 beds, 1 old dresser, a bathroom with a flickering light. The heater in the corner rattled like distant thunder. Mia sat on the edge of the nearest bed, hands in her lap, staring at the floor. Do you believe in déjà vu? She asked suddenly. Sometimes, Adrian replied. How about memories that don't belong to you? He paused. That's not how memory works, Mia. She met his eyes, desperate. Then explain this to me. Explain why I know the smell of those trees, the sound of those docks at night, the way the wooden steps feel under bare feet. Her voice shook. Explain why, when I close my eyes, I see a girl running through that forest in the dark, and I feel what she feels, like something's chasing her, like she knows she won't make it. Adrian's chest tightened. What girl? He asked quietly. Mia swallowed. I don't know her name. Her gaze dropped. But sometimes it feels like I am her. The heater clanged loudly, making them both jump. Adrian sat down on the other bed, leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees. This highway, this town, these woods, they took my sister, he said. I don't know how. I don't know who, but I never stopped wondering. Mia watched him silent. And now, he continued, voice low, I pick you up on the same road. You're running from something you can't name. You recognize places you've never been. You feel chased by people you don't remember. He looked up at her. That's not coincidence, he said. Mia's eyes glistened with tears. What if, she said, voice breaking, what if the reason I remember her fear is because she's part of me somehow? The question hung there, heavy and impossible. Adrian didn't have an answer. Not yet. But he knew one thing. Whatever connected Mia to this town, whatever connected her to the forgotten woods, was tied to the very night Emily vanished. I'll talk to Briggs, Adrian said. If anyone still has pieces of the truth, it's him. Mia nodded slowly. What if he's lying too? She asked. Then we'll find someone who isn't, Adrian replied. She lay back on the bed, curling onto her side. Adrian? She murmured. Yeah? If I fall asleep and I start saying things, don't ignore them. Sometimes I talk in my sleep. A pause. Sometimes. The memories talk without me. His throat tightened. I'll listen, he said softly. Mia's eyes closed, her lashes damp. It didn't take long for exhaustion to pull her under. Her breathing steadied, her body relaxed. Adrian sat in the dim light, watching the shadows move on the ceiling, listening to the low rattle of the heater. Outside, the wind whistled, the woods loomed, the town held its breath. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then stopped. Adrian glanced at the clock. 03:17 a.m. Dawn wasn't far, and neither was whatever truth waited for them behind the lodge. Here is Section 2, Part 3, approx 1,000 plus words, continuing in the same DarkPulse narration style with natural pauses, human-like rhythm, heavy suspense, emotional depth, and dialogues. Absolutely no internal headings. Only the section name is included. Section 2, Part 3. Echoes from the forgotten woods, a past that won't die. Adrian didn't sleep, not even for a second. He sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on the dark window. The curtains barely moved, only shifting a little whenever the wind whispered against the glass. But outside, he felt something moving, something watching. The woods. They were too close, too quiet, too familiar. Mia lay on the other bed, curled up, breathing softly. For a long while, she was still. Then suddenly her body jerked, her fingers twitching against the sheets. Adrian leaned forward. She started whispering in her sleep. At first, it was nothing more than broken breaths, small murmurs. Then the words became clearer, sharper, echoing in the silence of the room like voices from another world. Don't go in there. Her voice was thin, frightened. Please, don't go. Adrian's pulse quickened. Mia, he whispered. It's okay. You're dreaming. Her face contorted, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. They're coming, she whispered desperately. He said, don't make a sound. Hide, please hide. Adrian felt his stomach twist. Mia, wake up, he whispered, touching her shoulder gently. But she was trapped somewhere else, somewhere deep, somewhere terrifying. A moment later, her whisper turned into a sob. Emily. Run! Adrian froze. Every part of him turned to ice. Mia, he whispered, shaking her very gently. Wake up, wake up. Mia gasped and jolted awake, sitting up quickly. Her chest heaved as she looked around the room in wide, panicked eyes, trying to separate dream from reality. It's okay, Adrian said softly. You're safe. You were dreaming. Mia clutched her head with both hands, shaking. No, I wasn't. That wasn't a dream. What did you see? He asked carefully. Mia blinked, dazed. I don't know. I don't know where I was. It felt like I knew that place, like I'd been there, like I'd lived there. What place? Adrian asked. She hesitated, then whispered, a trail in the woods. A narrow one between two fallen trees and a girl running. Someone calling her name. She looked up, eyes trembling. Emily, I heard someone call Emily. Adrian felt the air leave his lungs. Mia, listen to me, he said steadily. How do you know that name? Did someone tell you my sister's name before today? No, she said instantly. I swear, no. Have you ever heard of Emily Cole? No. Then how? I don't know, she cried, voice sharp with fear. I don't know why I keep remembering things I shouldn't. She stared down at her trembling hands. Sometimes, she whispered, it feels like someone else is inside my head, trying to speak, trying to show me something. Adrian didn't know what to say. He believed her. He shouldn't have. None of this made sense. But he believed her. Mia wiped her eyes, her breathing slowly steadying. What time is it? She asked. Almost 5, Adrian said, glancing at the clock. Briggs told us to meet him at dawn. Mia nodded shakily. I don't want to go outside, but I think we have to. Yeah, Adrian said, we do. They got ready quietly. Mia washed her face in the small, dimly lit bathroom. Adrian splashed cold water on his own and stared at himself in the cracked mirror. He didn't look like someone who came here for answers. He looked like someone who came here to bleed for the truth. They stepped outside into the cold morning air. Hawthorne Ridge was silent. No cars, no people, no lights from windows. Just an eerie calm blanketing the entire town. Dawn touched the sky with gray and pale orange. The woods in the distance were still, their shadows long and sharp. Mia walked close beside Adrian, arms wrapped around herself. Behind the lodge, there was a narrow gravel path leading toward an empty maintenance shed. Briggs stood near it, hands stuffed in his coat pockets, breath visible in the cold. He looked older in the morning light, older and more haunted. You came, he said quietly. We need answers, Adrian replied. Briggs nodded and motioned them closer. I don't have much time, he said. And neither do you. Mia stepped behind Adrian, slightly cautious. Briggs noticed. You're safer near him, he said. Stick close. Adrian crossed his arms. What do you know about this? About the disappearances, about the woods? Briggs exhaled slowly. Everyone in this town knows more than they say, he answered. But saying it out loud gets you killed. Mia flinched. Adrian spoke firmly. Tell us everything. Briggs hesitated, then looked at Mia with a mixture of fear and pity. 20 years ago, he began, there were reports, strange reports. People hearing screams from the woods at night. Kids seeing lights deep in the trees. A few hikers claiming they saw men dragging something through the forest. He swallowed hard. One of the camp counselors told us that Emily and the others were last seen walking toward the North Trail. That trail leads into a restricted part of the woods. Restricted why? Adrian demanded. Briggs looked up at him. Because decades ago, someone started building something out there, something underground. Something nobody was supposed to know about. Mia gasped. Adrian's face darkened. What kind of something? He pressed. Briggs lowered his voice. Rooms, tunnels, Storage spaces, places where people could be hidden. Mia shook her head in disbelief. Hidden? For what? Briggs didn't answer. He didn't have to. Adrian clenched his jaw. And you let it happen? No, Briggs snapped quietly. I tried to shut it down. I tried to warn the others, but the town had already made its choice. What choice? Mia whispered. The choice to stay quiet, Briggs replied. The choice to pretend the woods were harmless. The choice to ignore the strange things happening on Route 16. He hesitated, then added, and the choice to protect the people responsible. Adrian's fists tightened. Who's responsible? Briggs opened his mouth to answer, but stopped abruptly. He glanced behind them. His face turned white. Get down, he hissed. Adrian grabbed Mia and pushed her behind the shed's wall just as a dark car rolled slowly into the alley. A black sedan, tinted windows, no plates. Mia froze. That's them, she whispered. I know that car. Briggs cursed under his breath. You need to leave, he said urgently. Now. Run. Don't go back to the lodge. Don't go into the woods yet. And don't trust anyone from this town. Where do we go? Adrian asked. Briggs reached into his pocket and shoved a folded map into Adrian's hand. Head east, he whispered. There's a trail behind the old mill. Follow it, and whatever you do... A car door opened. Briggs' eyes widened. Go! Adrian grabbed Mia's arm and ran. Gravel crunched under their feet. The cold air burned their lungs. Behind them, a voice shouted, Find the girl! Mia stumbled, but Adrian steadied her. They didn't look back. They couldn't. The woods loomed ahead, waiting, watching, calling. Exactly where they didn't want to go, but exactly where the truth was pulling them. And the girl who shouldn't be alive. Shocking survival reveal. They didn't stop running until the gravel path dissolved into soft dirt, and the soft dirt gave way to pine needles and fallen leaves. The forest swallowed them, closing around their bodies like a cold mouth. Branches scraped their shoulders. The early morning fog curled low around their ankles. Adrian pulled Mia behind a thick oak trunk, both of them breathing hard. Are they following? Mia whispered, terrified. Adrian peered back toward the lodge. The alley was empty. The black sedan had vanished, or simply blended into the morning shadows where no one could see it. I don't know, Adrian said. But Briggs wouldn't panic like that unless something was seriously wrong. Mia nodded shakily, pressing a hand to her chest as if trying to steady her racing heart. He knew them, the people in that car. He recognized them. Yeah, Adrian muttered, and he was scared of them. Mia rubbed her arms against the cold eyes darting deeper into the woods. What if they knew I was here? What if they've known the whole time? She whispered. Maybe someone told them we checked into the lodge. Maybe someone called them. This town is full of secrets, Adrian said. Someone could have tipped them off. Her voice cracked. We shouldn't have come here. We didn't have a choice. The woods felt colder now, thicker, like they remembered something too. Adrian took out the folded map Briggs had shoved at him. It was old, creased and yellow at the edges. Some parts were scratched out, some parts had small circles drawn in red pen. What is this place? Mia asked softly. The old mill, Adrian murmured, pointing at scribbled markings. He said to follow the trail behind it. Mia swallowed. What's at the end of the trail? I don't know, Adrian admitted, but Briggs wanted us to see something. A faint crack echoed in the distance, a branch snapping. Mia grabbed Adrian's arm instantly. Someone's out there, she whispered. I heard it. Animals, Adrian said, though his voice was thin. Or the wind. Mia shook her head, eyes wide. No, that was a footstep. Adrian scanned the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed except them. We need to keep going, he said finally. We can't stay here. He took her hand. They slipped through the trees quietly, trying not to break branches, trying not to leave a trace. The forest felt endless, dark pine trunks rising like ancient pillars, mist drifting like silent spirits between them. After several minutes, Mia whispered, "Adrian, what if Emily came this way too?" He hesitated. Maybe. What if she ran here? What if she hid behind these same trees? Adrian felt his throat tighten. "Maybe," he said again, softer this time. Mia looked around, eyes distant. "I feel like I'm retracing someone else's steps. Someone who was running just like we are." Adrian didn't respond, because deep down he felt it too. They followed the map until the faint outline of the old mill appeared between the trees, its rotting wooden walls collapsing inward, its rusted machinery long silent. Broken windows stared out like empty eyes. "Creepy," Mia whispered. "Yeah," Adrian said. "Stay close." They stepped inside. Dust floated in the air like frozen ash. Sunlight slipped in through cracked boards. An old conveyor belt hung from the ceiling like a skeleton. As they moved deeper, Mia suddenly stopped. "Wait!" Adrian turned. "What is it?" Mia's eyes were fixed on the far wall, on the faded, peeling paint. There, scratched into the wood, was a symbol, a circle with 3 slashes across it. Mia's face drained of color. "I've seen this," she whispered. "Where?" "In the place I woke up, on the metal wall. Someone carved it there. I thought I imagined it, but it was real." Adrian stared at the carving. "What does it mean?" he asked. Mia shook her head. "I don't know." "Someone must have left it purposely," Adrian murmured. "To mark something, to warn someone." Mia stepped closer. Her fingers hovered just above the mark. "I think someone was here before us." Before Adrian could answer, a sudden thud echoed behind them. They spun around. A man stood at the entrance of the mill. Dirty clothes, wild eyes, his hair matted, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He looked like he hadn't slept or eaten in days. Mia froze. Adrian stepped in front of her. The man stared at them like he was seeing ghosts. "You shouldn't be here," he rasped. "It's not safe." Adrian kept his hands up. "We don't want trouble. We're just passing through." The man shook his head violently. "No. No one passes through. Not here. Not anymore." Mia whispered. Who are you?" The man blinked at her. His expression twisted into something between shock and fear. "It's you," he whispered. "I've seen you." Mia stepped back quickly. "No, you haven't. I don't know you." "Yes, you do," he said, voice cracking. "You're one of them. One of the missing." Adrian stiffened. "What are you talking about?" The man pointed at Mia, trembling. "She wasn't supposed to get out. None of them ever get out. They're taken, and they're kept, until they disappear." Mia's voice wavered. "I don't understand. Who took us? Why?" The man swallowed painfully. "They take people like you," he whispered. "Young people, lonely people, forgotten people. They take them to the woods, to the tunnels." Adrian's breath hitched. "Tunnels?" he asked. The man nodded slowly. "Underground, beneath the forest. They built something there years ago. A place no one can escape." Mia's knees buckled. Adrian caught her. "Did you see them?" Adrian said. "Did you see the others? Did you see Emily?" The man's face twisted with guilt. "I saw all of them," he whispered. "At least, the ones who survived the first night." "What happened?" Adrian pressed. "Where did you see them?" The man looked down. "They kept them in rooms with metal walls." His voice shook. "Rooms with no windows, no sound, just darkness, and the humming." Adrian tensed. "Humming?" Mia clutched Adrian's sleeve. "I told you," she whispered. "I heard someone humming in my dreams." The man stepped back slowly. "You shouldn't have come here," he whispered again. They watch this place. They watch the woods. They watch the road. They watch everything. Who are they? Adrian demanded. The man opened his mouth, but the answer never came. A sharp crack echoed outside. Then another, then footsteps, multiple, close. The man's eyes widened with terror. They found you, he whispered. Run! Adrian didn't think. He grabbed Mia's hand and rushed toward the back exit of the mill. Behind them, the man fell to his knees, clutching his head. Run! He screamed. Run now! Adrian and Mia burst through the back door and into the trees. Branches whipped their faces. Roots clawed at their feet. The forest blurred as they ran blindly. Behind them, voices shouted. Male voices, deep, sharp, commanding. Get the girl! Cut them off! Don't let them reach the ridge. Mia stumbled, but Adrian pulled her up. Don't stop! He shouted. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her breath broke in sobs. I can't. Adrian, please. Yes, you can, he said fiercely. We're getting out of here. But as they burst into a clearing, something hit Adrian like a fist in the chest. A familiar scent. Cold earth, old pine, moist air. The same smell he remembered from the night Emily vanished. The same smell from the search parties. The memory slammed into him. This clearing, this exact spot. I've been here, he whispered. Mia turned to him, trembling. So have I, she whispered back. And the truth hit them both at once. This was more than a coincidence, much more. This was a place where the past bled into the present. A place where two lives lost 20 years apart were being pulled together by something neither of them understood. Something alive, something waiting, something in the woods. Adrian stood completely still, his breath trapped in his chest. The clearing around them felt like a wound cut open in the middle of the forest, raw, silent, watching. The fog clung to the ground in wisps, curling around tree trunks like pale fingers. For a moment, neither he nor Mia spoke. Both of them were listening, to the silence, to their racing hearts, to something else buried deep in the woods. Mia took a shaky step forward. Adrian. What is this place? She whispered. He swallowed hard. This was part of the search area done 20 years ago. I remember standing right there. He pointed to a half-rotted log, holding on to my dad's jacket because I was terrified of getting lost. Mia looked at him, her face pale. Were you scared for yourself? No, he said quietly. I was scared for Emily. Her eyes softened. Then she crouched slightly, brushing her fingers across the ground. The dirt was disturbed, small broken patches like someone had dug here recently. Someone was here, Mia whispered. Not long ago. How do you know? Adrian asked. She didn't answer. She just touched the ground like she recognized it. Then she closed her eyes, and her face changed. Pain twisted her features. Her breathing quickened. She pressed her palm to her forehead and let out a small, broken cry. Mia, Adrian rushed to her side. What's happening? I'm remembering something, she gasped. But it's not mine. Adrian steadied her as she sank to her knees. I hear footsteps, she whispered. Someone running. Heavy breathing. A girl. She's terrified. She's crying. She keeps looking over her shoulder. Someone's chasing her. Mia, Adrian said firmly, open your eyes. She didn't. I see trees, these trees, Mia continued. The same branches, the same clearing. She's here, running toward me, toward this exact spot. Mia, stop. She's screaming, Mia whispered. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She's screaming a name. I can't hear it clearly, but it sounds like... Adrian felt his lungs collapse. Emily. Mia trembled violently, breath shaking. She trips. She falls right there, Mia said, pointing at the disturbed dirt. She tries to get up, but... Mia choked. Someone grabs her. Someone drags her back. "Mia, that's enough," Adrian said, voice breaking. She opened her eyes, and for a moment, she didn't look like Mia at all. Her eyes were full of someone else's terror, someone else's memory. She collapsed against Adrian's chest, sobbing. He held her tight, his own throat burning. "It isn't your memory," Adrian whispered. "It can't be." Mia shook her head against him. "I don't want it," she cried. "I don't want any of this. Why is this happening to me?" Adrian felt something shift inside him, a fear he hadn't allowed himself to feel in years. Ever since Emily vanished, he'd clung to logic, to facts, to anything that kept him sane. But Mia was different. She carried pieces of something too precise to dismiss. He pulled back, looking her in the eyes. "Mia, what else do you remember?" She wiped her face. "I'm not sure. It comes in flashes, smells, sounds, fear, and humming." "Humming," Adrian repeated. "A song?" Mia nodded. "A woman's voice, soft, like a lullaby. But it's faded. I can't remember the tune." Adrian's chest tightened again. Emily used to hum all the time. Before he could ask more, a faint rustle carried through the trees. Soft, slow, deliberate. Mia's fingers dug into Adrian's jacket. "They're coming," she whispered. Adrian scanned the tree line, muscles tensed. At first, he saw nothing. Then a shadow slipped between the trees, quick, controlled, moving in a way no animal would. Adrian grabbed Mia's hand. "We need to move," he said urgently. They slipped out of the clearing and back into the trees, staying low, carefully stepping over leaves and roots to avoid noise. The forest seemed thicker now, the branches closer, the air colder. Behind them, the rustling grew louder. Two voices. Male. Urgent. Check the clearing. They were just here. Mia's breath hitched. Adrian pulled her behind a fallen trunk and motioned for silence. The two figures stepped into view, moving cautiously. Both wore dark jackets, gloves, boots, earpieces, professional. One of them kneeled near the disturbed dirt. "They were definitely here," he muttered. "She's close." The other scanned the trees. "Boss wants the girl alive. The man doesn't matter." Mia's grip tightened sharply around Adrian's arm. Adrian kept his own breathing shallow, heart pounding. The men continued searching, spreading out. The moment one of them stepped away from the clearing, Adrian leaned close to Mia's ear and whispered, "When I say run, run. Don't look back." She nodded, trembling. Adrian waited. 1 second, 2, 3. The second man turned away. Now, Adrian grabbed Mia's hand and bolted deeper into the woods. Branches whipped their faces. Mia stumbled, but Adrian pulled her back up without breaking stride. Behind them, voices shouted, "There! They're heading west! Cut them off! Don't lose them!" Mia gasped for breath. "Adrian, we can't outrun them." "We don't have to outrun them," Adrian said. "We just have to confuse them." He yanked her toward a narrow, rocky ridge. "This way." They scrambled up the slope, dirt sliding beneath their shoes. The ridge was steep and unstable, but it led them to a large rock outcrop. Adrian pulled Mia behind it, both of them collapsing in the mud and leaves. Voices echoed below. "Which way?" "They went up the ridge. Check the north side." Adrian pressed a finger to his lips. Mia nodded silently, pressing herself against the stone. The men climbed partway up, scanning the forest with sharp, predator-like precision. "Tracks end here," one of them muttered. "They're hiding." "Search behind the rocks." A crackle came through one man's earpiece. "Report. Did you find the girl?" "Not yet," he replied. "Then keep looking. She doesn't leave those woods. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir." Adrian felt Mia's breath against his shoulder. Shallow, fearful. The men climbed further. One wrong move, one accidental sound, and they would be exposed. But then, a distant noise echoed through the forest, a howl, like a coyote, sharp, perfectly timed. The men froze. "Let's check that side first," one said. "Yeah, could be them." They descended the ridge toward the opposite side. When they finally disappeared into the trees, Adrian exhaled. Mia slumped against him, shaking uncontrollably. "Why are they hunting me?" she whispered. "What do they want with me?" Adrian held her shoulders, steadying her. "Mia, there's something you're not remembering. Something they don't want you to remember." "I don't want to remember either," she cried softly. "But you have to." Mia wiped her tears. "What if I'm one of the kids they took?" she whispered. "What if I was one of them?" Adrian's heart stuttered. "That's impossible," he said. "You weren't born then." "Then why do I remember their fear?" she whispered. "Why do I remember Emily?" Adrian couldn't answer. Not because he didn't know, but because part of him feared she might be right. Somehow, some way, some truth he wasn't ready to face yet. "We need to find Briggs again," Adrian said finally. "He knows more than he said." Mia nodded. They stood carefully, moving in the opposite direction of the search teams. The woods felt alive around them, watching, waiting, breathing. As they disappeared deeper into the trees, Mia whispered, "Adrian, what if I wasn't supposed to survive?" He didn't answer, because the real question was darker. What if she wasn't supposed to exist at all? And the forest thickened as they pushed deeper, branches tangling like twisted hands reaching out from the past. The fog was thinning, but the cold only grew sharper, like the woods held winter inside its roots. Adrian led them through a narrow path, stepping carefully to avoid breaking twigs. Mia followed close, her breath shaky, her hand gripping the back of his jacket. Every few seconds, she looked over her shoulder. "You think we lost them?" she whispered. "For now," Adrian said quietly. "But they know these woods better than we do. We need to keep moving." Mia's gaze drifted upward toward the canopy. Her voice dropped to a fragile whisper. "I feel like these trees are watching." Adrian didn't laugh. He didn't even try. He felt it too. A pressure, a heaviness, a presence in the air, silent but unmistakable. Mia wiped her nose with the back of her hand and stepped closer. "Adrian, do you think Emily came this way?" He hesitated. "It's possible." "Do you think she was running too?" Mia asked softly. "Like me?" Adrian's throat tightened. "I don't know," he answered. "But I know she was scared, and I know she didn't just vanish." Mia lowered her head. "Neither did I," she whispered. "I didn't just vanish. Someone took me." Adrian turned toward her. "We're going to figure out what happened to you," he said. "We're going to figure out how you survived." Mia swallowed hard. "And why I remember things I shouldn't?" "Yes." The path curved around a cluster of rocks. Adrian slowed when he saw something ahead, something unexpected. An opening, a clearing, but not like before. This one wasn't natural. It looked carved, shaped, created. Sunlight filtered in through a gap in the trees, illuminating a large concrete slab partially buried beneath dirt and moss. Old metal rods protruded from the sides, rusted and broken. A hatch, a hidden entrance. Mia's breath hitched. She stepped back automatically. "No," she whispered. "We shouldn't be here." Adrian studied the structure. "What is this?" Mia shook her head faster. "I've seen this before." Her voice cracked. "I've been here. I know I have." Her hands trembled violently. She clutched her ears as if trying to block something out. "Mia, breathe," Adrian said gently, stepping beside her. "I remember footsteps," she whispered. "Men dragging someone, chains, a door slamming, screams echoing underground." Tears welled in her eyes. "Adrian, I've heard the screams." Adrian's chest tightened painfully. "Emily," he whispered. Mia shook her head hopelessly. I don't know whose voice it was, but she was begging someone to stop. The wind rustled the trees as if responding to her trembling confession. Adrian took a step toward the hatch. Mia grabbed his arm instantly. No! Don't touch it! Mia. No, she said again, her voice shaking. If we open it, we'll wake whatever's down there. Adrian turned to her. There's something important inside. Briggs wanted us to go east for a reason. He marked this area on the map. Mia stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. What if this is where they took them? She whispered. What if this is where they took your sister? Adrian froze. A hot, sharp wave of emotion punched through his chest. He knelt beside the hatch and brushed dirt from its surface. The metal was old but still sturdy. Someone had cut through the hinges at some point, but the lock remained intact. Then he saw it, scratched into the concrete. A name, barely visible, but there, E-C-O-L-E. Adrian's heart stopped. Mia covered her mouth with both hands. Oh my God, she whispered. Adrian. He didn't move. He couldn't. His sister's initials, scratched into the concrete by someone desperate, someone alive at the time. Mia, he said, voice hollow. This is where she was. Mia knelt beside him, her breath shaking. She touched the scratched letters with trembling fingers. What happened to her? She whispered. Adrian shook his head slowly. I don't know, but she was here. Mia stared at the initials like they were burning. Adrian. There's more. He looked at her sharply. What do you mean? Mia didn't answer with words. She stood and walked to the right edge of the concrete slab. She brushed away some fallen leaves, another scratch, smaller, thinner, but visible. Adrian frowned. What is that? Mia stared at it like the ground had split beneath her. I don't know, she whispered, but it's the same handwriting. Adrian stiffened. You're saying Emily carved that too? Mia nodded. Adrian breathed out shakily. She knew someone named M, he asked. Mia's voice trembled. No, she wasn't saying someone's name. Then what? Suddenly Mia jerked back as if the ground had shocked her. She clutched her head, eyes squeezed shut, shaking violently. Mia! Adrian grabbed her shoulders. What's happening? Her voice came out fractured, terrified. I remember someone crying, someone humming, someone whispering, my baby, my baby. Her knees buckled. Adrian had to hold her tightly to keep her upright. Mia, listen to me, he said, voice desperate. What baby? Whose baby? She sobbed into his chest. I don't know. I don't know. It's like my memories are pulling themselves apart. She gasped suddenly, a sharp, horrified sound. Adrian. What? She looked up at him, trembling violently. What if the M, she pointed at the mark, doesn't stand for a name? Adrian stared at her. She swallowed. What if it stands for me? Silence fell through the clearing like a hammer. Mia, Adrian said quietly. That's not possible. She stepped away from him, backing toward the trees. I don't know who I am, she whispered. Her voice splintered. I don't know where I was born. I don't know who my parents were. I don't even know how old I really am. Mia, what if I'm not 19? She cried. What if I'm older? What if they lied? What if everything about me is a lie? Adrian moved toward her carefully. That doesn't make sense. It's not possible. Neither is remembering someone else's screams, she shouted. Her voice echoed brutally through the trees. She fell to her knees, sobbing. Her hands covered her face. Her entire body shook with fear and confusion. Adrian knelt beside her again. Listen to me, he whispered, pulling her close. We're going to figure this out. Whatever happened here, whatever happened to Emily, it's connected, but we're going to find the truth. Mia's voice cracked. What if the truth destroys me? Adrian held her tighter. Then we'll face it together. Mia buried her face into his shoulder, trembling like a child. For a long moment they stayed like that. Two broken people holding on to each other in the middle of the woods where nightmares were born. Then, a distant scream tore through the trees. High, sharp, human. Mia jerked upright. Adrian's blood went cold. Someone was out there, someone alive, someone frightened. And it was coming from the direction of the tunnels beneath the hatch. Mia whispered, voice trembling. That wasn't a memory. Adrian stood slowly. I know. They exchanged a look that said everything. Whatever they thought they knew, whatever mysteries had surfaced, this was deeper, darker, more twisted, and now it was calling them forward. Adrian, Mia whispered, gripping his arm. What if Emily never left these woods? He didn't answer, because part of him finally believed that might be true. Shadows on the nowhere road, a criminal web emerges. The scream faded into the trees as suddenly as it had risen, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than the noise itself. Adrian and Mia stood frozen, both listening, both waiting, hearts pounding in their throats. Mia clutched his jacket sleeve tightly. Adrian, well, we can't go down there, we can't. We're not going down, Adrian said. Not until we know who else is here. But someone screamed. I know, he whispered. And if someone's still alive, they might know something. Mia shook her head, breath trembling. What if it's a trap? Adrian didn't answer, because that was exactly what he feared. He glanced back at the concrete hatch, Emily's initials carved into it, the M beneath it like a ghostly echo. A part of him burned to open it right then. But the scream, it hadn't come from the hatch. It came from deeper inside the forest. He pulled Mia gently. We move. Now. They slipped through the trees, heading toward where the scream had come from, stepping lightly, trying not to draw attention. The forest was waking up, the wind rustling branches, distant crows cawing overhead, the distant crunching of leaves that didn't belong to them. Mia stayed close, her breathing uneven. What if Emily screamed like that? She asked quietly. What if she called for help and no one heard her? Adrian's jaw tightened. I heard her, he whispered. Just too late. Mia's expression softened. She didn't speak again. They followed a narrow deer trail that curved deeper into the heart of the woods. After a few minutes, Adrian spotted something, a faint glow filtering through the trees. A light, small, flickering. Mia stopped abruptly. No, she whispered. No, 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 I know that light, I know that color. We shouldn't get closer. Adrian frowned. What do you mean? I remember it, Mia said, her voice hollow. A single lantern, hung from a branch near a building. They used it as a signal. A signal for what? Mia swallowed hard. For the ones patrolling, to show that someone escaped. Adrian felt his blood go cold. You're sure? Yes, she whispered. I remember seeing it before I ran, before everything went dark. Adrian moved closer, crouching behind a fallen log. Through the branches, he could see it now. A lantern swaying gently from a low tree limb. A bright green glow. Unnatural, sharp, purposeful. Not a camping light, not a lost hiker's lamp. A code. The same kind of coded signals used by organized criminal groups. Mia tugged on his jacket. We should go back, please. Wait. He listened intently, voices, 3 men talking in low tones. She was here. Boss said she couldn't have gotten far. She had help this time. This time, Adrian's gut clenched. They're talking about you, he whispered. Mia's face drained of color. One of the men kicked at the dirt. Briggs talked. We all knew he would. Adrian's stomach dropped. "Oh, God," Mia whispered. "They're going after him," the man continued, voice irritated. "Boss wants the girl alive. The man she's with doesn't matter. If he gets in the way, take him out." Mia gripped Adrian's arm, nails digging into him. "No, Adrian, no, we can't go back there." Adrian didn't even breathe. "And remember," another man said, "if the girl remembers anything at all, she doesn't leave the woods." Mia's breath caught. Her knees wobbled. "They want to kill me," she whispered. "Not if we move first," Adrian murmured. But inside he felt a chill crawl along his spine. Not if she remembers anything. And she was remembering everything. He pulled her back behind the trees, creating distance between them and the patrol. The men continued scouting the area, sweeping flashlights through the brush. "We can't go toward the lodge," Mia whispered. "They'll have people there." "I know." "Then where do we go?" Adrian pointed east, toward the deeper woods. "Briggs said to head this way. There must be something out there." They moved carefully, slipping deeper into the forest, avoiding twigs, avoiding open spaces. Adrian kept scanning their surroundings. A wrong turn now meant never getting out. After several minutes, the glow of the lantern faded, swallowed by trees. The men's voices disappeared behind them. But new sounds emerged ahead. Water, soft, continuous, a steady flowing stream. "Water," Mia whispered. "I remember water." They followed the sound until they reached a narrow creek. Its surface rippled under the dim morning light. Mia knelt and dipped her fingers into the cold water, her eyes distant. "This," she whispered. "This is where I ran. I crossed the water. I remember the cold." Adrian crouched beside her. "You escaped through here," he said softly. "You crossed this creek." Mia nodded, her breath shaking. "They chased me. I slipped, fell, hit my head. I remember blood, running into the water." Adrian's chest tightened with anger and sorrow. "Mia," he said gently, "you remembered something. That's good." She shook her head violently. "No, it's not good. Every time something comes back, it feels like my head is splitting in two. Like someone is forcing me to remember things I'm not supposed to know." She hugged herself tightly. "I don't want these memories," she whispered. "They hurt." Adrian reached out and lifted her chin gently. "Mia, these memories might save you. They might save both of us." She looked into his eyes, terrified, fragile, lost. "What if remembering kills me?" she asked softly. Adrian didn't blink. "It won't," he said, "because I'm here." A single tear slid down her cheek. Before either of them could speak again, something cold brushed Adrian's awareness. Not wind, not sound, a presence. He stood suddenly, scanning the trees. "What?" Mia whispered. Adrian didn't take his eyes off the shadows. "We're not alone." A second later, the branches across the creek shifted. A silhouette appeared, large, still, watching them from the trees. Adrian pulled Mia behind him. The figure stepped forward slowly. Not a man, not one of the gang members. An older woman, gray hair tied back, eyes sharp, burning with something unreadable. She stepped into the light. Mia gasped. "I know her." Adrian stiffened. "Who is she?" Mia's voice cracked. "I don't know her name. I don't know how I know her. But I've seen her before." The woman held her hands up slowly. "I'm not here to hurt you," she said. Her voice was soft, strained. Adrian didn't relax. The woman continued, eyes fixed on Mia. "You shouldn't have come back," she whispered, "and they've been waiting for you." Mia stepped back instinctively. "Who are you?" Adrian demanded. The woman swallowed hard. "My name is Lydia." Her eyes softened with immense sorrow. "And I know what happened to your sister." Adrian felt the world tilt. How? He breathed. Lydia looked at Mia. You need to leave this forest before they find you. But first, you need to hear the truth. And the truth starts with her. She pointed at Mia. Mia froze. Me, she whispered. Why me? Lydia's eyes filled with grief. Because you're the reason they took Emily. The words struck the air like lightning. Adrian stared at Lydia. Mia's lips parted, barely a breath escaping. What? What did you just say? Adrian whispered, voice breaking. Lydia looked at him with a painful truth burning in her eyes. Emily didn't just disappear. She pointed at Mia again. She disappeared because of her. Mia staggered backward as if struck, shaking violently. No, she whispered. No, no, no. Lydia, Adrian growled. That's impossible. She wasn't even... Lydia's voice broke. She was the reason Emily was taken, because Mia wasn't supposed to exist. The forest fell completely silent. Not even the wind dared move, and in that silence, everything Adrian thought he knew began to collapse. For a long moment, Adrian couldn't hear anything except the pounding in his chest. The forest closed in around him, the shadows leaning closer, as if the woods themselves were waiting for what he would do next. Mia shook her head, stumbling backward until her back hit a tree trunk. No, she whispered. That's wrong. That's impossible. I wasn't even alive. Lydia stepped forward slowly, her hands raised as though approaching a frightened animal. You weren't supposed to be alive, Lydia said softly. That's the point, Adrian snapped. Enough with the riddles, he growled. Explain yourself, now. Lydia met his eyes, her expression a mixture of grief and guilt. Emily didn't vanish without reason, she said. She was taken because she found something she shouldn't have, something in these woods, something that connected to a girl who wasn't even born yet. Mia covered her ears. Stop, please stop. I don't want to hear this. But Adrian stepped between them, his voice sharp. What are you saying? How does Mia tie into this? Lydia looked at Mia, and the weight of 20 years settled in her gaze. You, she whispered, are connected to someone who was taken long before Emily. Mia froze. Connected how? Lydia's voice trembled. By blood. Adrian felt something cold sink into him. Are you saying... he began. Yes, Lydia said. Mia isn't just a survivor, she's a descendant of someone who disappeared here. Mia's lips trembled. That's not possible, she whispered. I don't know who my parents were, but that doesn't mean... Lydia cut her off. You were manufactured. The word hit the air like a gunshot. Mia's face twisted in confusion and horror. What? What do you mean? Manufactured, Lydia swallowed, her voice breaking. You were created as part of a program, the same one that operated in these woods decades ago. They needed children, young subjects. They didn't always use natural births. Adrian felt his stomach turn. Are you saying she's an experiment? Mia trembled violently, wrapping her arms around herself. No, that can't be true. I'm a person. I'm real. You are real, Lydia said quickly. You're human, very much so. But the people who took Emily, they weren't just abducting kids. They were trying to create something. What? Adrian demanded. Lydia looked away, unable to hold his gaze. Memory inheritance. Mia's breath hitched, her voice cracked. Memory? What? Lydia nodded slowly. They believed trauma, fear, emotional imprinting could be passed down, could be replicated, could be implanted. Adrian stared at her in disbelief. That's insane. It's evil, Lydia corrected. But they did it anyway. Mia staggered forward, shaking. Are you saying the memories I have, The screams, the running, the humming, all those nightmares. Her voice broke completely. They aren't mine? Lydia's eyes filled with tears. They belong to someone who lived and died long before you. Mia collapsed to her knees, her hands pressed against the wet forest floor. No, that means they're not even my memories. I'm remembering someone else's pain, someone else's life. Adrian knelt beside her, gripping her shoulders gently. Mia, he whispered, look at me. She didn't. She kept staring at the dirt as though trying to disappear into it. I'm not real, she whispered. I'm not a person. I'm just a copy of someone else. Adrian's voice hardened. No, you are real. You feel real. You bleed. You fear. You exist. He pulled her closer. Whatever they did to you doesn't erase who you are now. Mia's tears fell freely, dripping into the soil. Lydia watched them quietly, painfully, then continued. Emily found the first generation of subjects, she said, hidden in the underground facility. She saw what they were doing to them. She tried to help them escape. Adrian's breath caught. And that's why they took her. Yes, Lydia whispered. Emily was caught trying to break the system. They couldn't let her leave. She knew too much. Mia wiped her cheeks with trembling fingers. What happened to her? She whispered. Lydia's gaze dropped. I don't know. I wasn't working with them directly. I only knew the children. I tried to help them. Secretly, quietly. But once Emily was taken, everything changed. The project expanded. They moved deeper underground. They took more people, volunteers, runaways, anyone no one would miss. Adrian's jaw clenched. Volunteers? Are you saying people willingly helped this? Lydia nodded grimly. They were promised money, protection, influence, and some simply believed in the science, believed they could rewrite trauma, or control minds, or build a child free from memory, then fill them with whatever they wanted. Mia shivered violently. So I'm one of them? Lydia nodded slowly. You're one of the last. Mia covered her face. Adrian felt rage burn through him. Who ran the program? He demanded. Who was in charge? Lydia didn't answer. Not immediately. Wind rustled the leaves overhead. A crow cawed in the distance. The forest seemed to lean in. Finally, Lydia spoke. I can't say his name, she whispered. If he hears it, if he senses you know, he'll never stop hunting you. Mia's breath shook. Is he the one who wants me dead? No, Lydia said. He wants you alive. You're proof the old experiment worked. Proof they can start again. Mia's voice splintered. Why me? Why was I made? Why do I exist? Lydia looked at her gently. You weren't made to live in the world, she whispered. You were made to replace someone who died. Adrian stared in shock. Replace who? Lydia looked at Mia with grief so deep it hurt to witness. The same girl whose memories you carry. The woods seemed to exhale with them. Mia trembled violently. No, I can't handle this. Who was she? Adrian asked quietly. Lydia hesitated, then said the words that shattered the air. She was Emily's daughter. Adrian froze. Mia went absolutely still, and the forest, the very trees around them, felt like they stopped breathing. Mia whispered, barely audible. What? Lydia's voice trembled. You are Emily's blood, but you were never meant to know. Emily had a baby? Adrian whispered, stunned. Yes, Lydia said, in captivity in those tunnels, and that child, she pointed at Mia, is standing right in front of you. Mia broke. Her legs gave out. Her breath shattered. Her hands covered her mouth in a sob of disbelief. No, that can't be true. But Adrian, Adrian felt something shift inside him, something sharp, something impossible, something real. He looked at Mia, really looked at her, the shape of her eyes, the softness in her voice, the strange, impossible memories, the connection to Emily, the M carved beneath Emily's initials. Mia, Emily's daughter, his niece. And suddenly, everything made sense. Everything. Adrian went completely silent. He wasn't just protecting a stranger, he was protecting blood, and the people chasing Mia were the same ones who killed Emily. To the forest absorbed the revelation like it had been waiting 20 years to hear it spoken aloud. Mia couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She couldn't even cry anymore. Her body shook as she pressed herself against a tree trunk, trying to steady the world that suddenly felt like it had tilted beneath her feet. Adrian just stood there, silent, staring at Mia as though looking at a ghost he never knew existed. His niece, Emily's daughter, alive. Lydia watched both of them carefully, her expression soft and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't want to tell you like this, but you needed to know what you're walking into." Mia shook her head violently. No. You're lying. You have to be lying. I can't be. I'm not. Emily was a child when she disappeared. She couldn't have. She didn't." Her voice splintered. Lydia stepped forward slowly. "Emily grew up down there," she said gently. "She was only 12 when they took her, but the program didn't care about age. They cared about the outcome." Adrian's fists clenched at his sides, knuckles turning white. "What do you mean?" he asked, voice dark and tight. Lydia's eyes filled with pain. She wasn't alone. Other children, teenagers, even adults were kept underground, some for years. They used them. They tested them. And when they discovered Emily had a rare kind of psychological resilience, they wanted to see if it could be passed on. Mia squeezed her eyes shut. "Please stop," she whispered. Lydia didn't. They needed the truth. All of the subjects were watched, monitored, broken down, but some they used for breeding, forced pregnancies, controlled births. It was part of the experiment, seeing if trauma could be inherited genetically. Adrian's breathing turned ragged. "They treated her like an animal," he muttered. "A test subject." Lydia nodded, slowly, painfully. "They stole her childhood. Then they stole her body." Mia pressed her hands against her stomach as though something inside her hurt. "How do you know all this?" Adrian demanded. Lydia looked up, tears in her eyes. "Because I was there," she whispered. "I was a nurse in the facility. I delivered some of the babies." Mia's breath caught. "You delivered me?" Lydia hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." Mia collapsed to her knees once more, the weight of the world crushing her. Adrian took a step toward Lydia, anger radiating off him like heat. "You let them do that to her?" he hissed. "You didn't stop it?" Lydia didn't back away. "I tried," she whispered, "but there were guards everywhere, cameras, punishments. If I resisted, they'd kill me or worse, take me as a test subject too. All I could do was help the children whenever I could." "How?" Adrian demanded. Lydia wiped tears from her cheeks. "I smuggled food. I treated wounds. I hid some of the children when I could. I tried to get messages to the families outside, but..." She shook her head. "They never got through." "Emily suffered because of you," Adrian growled. Lydia flinched like he'd struck her. "She didn't just suffer because of me," she said softly. "She suffered because of the man who ran the program. The man this town still protects." Mia looked up weakly. "Who is he?" Lydia swallowed hard. "A man named Caleb Rowan." Adrian felt the world stop. "Rowan," he whispered. "The sheriff. The man who came into the diner." Lydia nodded once. "The son," she said. not the father. Sheriff Miles Rowan is just a puppet. The real mind behind the program is Caleb Rowan, Miles's father. He founded the underground facility. He controlled everything. Mia grabbed Adrian's arm. He looked at me like he knew me, she whispered. The sheriff. He stared at me like I reminded him of someone. You did, Lydia replied, and you look exactly like Emily did at your age. A sharp gasp escaped Mia. Adrian went still. Suddenly, everything made sense. The sheriff's strange behavior, Briggs's fear, the patrol teams hunting them in the woods. They weren't just chasing Mia because she escaped. They were chasing her because she was Emily's daughter. Because she was the only surviving evidence of what they had done. Adrian knelt in front of Mia, gently holding her face in both hands. Mia, he said softly. Mia, look at me. She didn't want to. She didn't want him to see how broken she was, but she did. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I don't want to be her daughter, she whispered. I don't want to be tied to all this. I want my life back. Adrian's voice trembled. I know. Her voice cracked. And what if Emily hated me? What if she didn't want me? What if she... Stop, Adrian said firmly. Emily didn't leave you. She didn't abandon you. She didn't choose any of this. Mia sobbed harder. She never held me, she whispered. She never saw me. They took me away from her. They erased me. Adrian closed his eyes in anguish. She loved you, he said. I know she did. She fought for you. She resisted until they punished her for it. That's why they kept her locked away from the others. Because she wanted to protect you. Mia's breath trembled violently. I'm the reason she died, she whispered. You are the reason she survived as long as she did, Adrian corrected. She kept going because she had someone to hold on to. Mia covered her face and cried into her hands, body shaking. Lydia watched with a pained expression. She fought harder than anyone I ever saw, Lydia said softly. She wasn't just a survivor. She was the bravest child in those tunnels. She never gave up hope. How did she die? Adrian asked quietly. Lydia's eyes darted away. I don't know exactly, she whispered. One day she was gone, removed from her cell. They said she was transferred, but I never saw her again. Adrian's jaw clenched. They killed her, he said. Yes, Lydia replied softly. Most likely. Mia hugged herself tightly. So, and what do they want from me now? She whispered. Lydia took a breath. They want to study you, she said. You're their missing success story, proof the experiment worked. Mia shuddered. They want you alive, Lydia added. But trust me when I say, you don't want to be alive in their hands. Adrian stood. Where is the facility? He demanded. Lydia hesitated. You think you're ready for that answer? I've waited 20 years for that answer. Lydia nodded slowly, then pointed in the direction of the distant mountains. It's under Hawthorne Ridge, she whispered. Deep underground, beneath the old town, beneath the abandoned school, beneath everything. Mia lifted her head. And Emily, she whispered. Is she down there? Lydia looked at her with unbearable tenderness. I don't know, she said softly, but if there's even a chance... Adrian's eyes hardened. We're going to find her. Before Lydia could respond, a twig snapped behind them. Adrian turned sharply. Voices, close, too close. They went toward the creek. Spread out! Find the girl! Mia tensed. Lydia whispered urgently, Run! Now! They're almost here! Adrian grabbed Mia's hand. The forest pulsed around them, shadows shifting as the hunters closed in. Mia looked at Lydia one last time. Why are you helping us? She whispered. Lydia's voice broke. Because I couldn't save Emily, she said. But I can help save you. Adrian pulled Mia into the trees. Behind them, the search party burst into the clearing, and the chase began, all over again. With the underground people unmasking the hidden syndicate, branches whipped at Adrian's arms as he dragged Mia deeper into the forest. Behind them, men shouted, flashlights slicing through the dim light like hunting knives. The morning fog thickened, rising off the ground in white sheets, swallowing their footsteps as if the forest itself was trying to hide them. "Faster," Adrian whispered, his breath harsh. "They're close." Mia stumbled over a root but caught herself. Her eyes were wild, terrified, yet there was something else in them now too. Something sharper. Something that had awakened since Lydia's revelation. She wasn't just running for her life anymore. She was running for answers. "Adrian," she gasped, "we can't keep running forever." "We won't," Adrian replied, "but right now the priority is staying alive." A shout echoed behind them. "There! I heard something! Move!" Mia flinched at the sound. Adrian grabbed her hand tighter and pulled her behind a massive boulder covered in damp moss. They crouched low as the footsteps drew closer. Adrian held his breath. Mia pressed against him, trembling. He could feel her heart hammering violently against her ribs. A flashlight beam swept past the boulder, just inches away. Both of them froze. "Nothing here. Check north." Footsteps moved away, slowly, reluctantly. When the forest finally quieted, Mia sagged forward, relief flooding her shaking limbs. Adrian touched her shoulder gently. "You okay?" "No," Mia whispered honestly, "but I'm still here." She lifted her head to meet his eyes, and in that moment, Adrian saw something break inside her, but something else form in its place. Courage. Fragile but real. "Adrian," Mia said softly, "do you believe her?" He didn't need clarification. "Do I believe you're Emily's daughter?" Mia swallowed hard. "Yes." Adrian exhaled slowly. "I didn't want to," he admitted. "I didn't want to believe she was forced into any of this. I didn't want to believe she suffered alone, or that she had a child in that place." He paused. But the moment Lydia said it, something clicked. Something I can't ignore. Mia lowered her gaze. "You mean I look like her?" "Yes," Adrian whispered. "You look like her. Exactly like her." Mia's throat tightened. "But I'm not her," she whispered. "I'm not even a normal person." Adrian shook his head sharply. "You're not a mistake, you're not a product, and you're not their experiment anymore. You're a person. Your family." Mia's breath hitched. That word hit her harder than the truth itself. Family. She hadn't had one. Not ever. Not that she remembered. She blinked away tears, but they fell anyway. Adrian brushed them away with his thumb. "We're getting through this together," he whispered. Mia nodded weakly. "But we still don't know who we're up against," she said. "Why they built all of this, what they're planning now." Adrian's gaze hardened. "We'll find out." They started moving again, slower this time, carefully weaving through the trees. The forest terrain steepened, rocks jutting out, roots clawing up from the soil like ancient bones. Mia winced with every step. Her ankle was swollen, her breathing rough. At last they reached a ridge overlooking a deeper hollow of the forest, and below, half hidden by overgrowth, stood something massive, metal, concrete, fenced, barbed, a structure camouflaged into the forest floor. Mia grabbed Adrian's sleeve. "I know this place," she whispered, voice trembling. "This is where they took us for testing, not the underground tunnels. That's somewhere deeper. But this was the first layer." Adrian's eyes narrowed. "A surface facility." "Yes." A tear slipped down her cheek, and I remember screams coming from inside. He put a hand on her shoulder. You don't have to go in. But Mia didn't step back. She stepped forward. I think I do. Adrian watched her closely. This girl who just hours ago couldn't remember her own past now walking toward her worst nightmare. What do you think is in there? Adrian asked. Mia answered without hesitation. Records, she whispered. Files, photos, names, maybe even birth logs. If Lydia was right, if Emily really had me underground, then the proof might be here. Adrian nodded. Then we're going inside. They descended the ridge slowly, staying low as they approached the structure. The building was old, metal panels rusting, concrete cracked. It looked abandoned. But the problem with abandoned things is that they often aren't. Adrian tested the main door, locked. He tugged harder, still locked. Mia stepped beside him. Wait. Her fingers brushed over the keypad beside the entrance. The keys were worn, used often, numbers faded by time. Mia stared at the keypad for a full minute, confused, uncertain, until something clicked in her mind. I've seen someone type this, she whispered. A long time ago. Adrian blinked. What? Mia's breathing quickened. My memories, some of them aren't dreams, they're flashes, movements, patterns. She hovered her fingers over the numbers, then typed 9131, a sharp beep, a click. The door unlocked. Adrian stared at her. You remembered the passcode. Mia didn't smile, didn't celebrate. She only whispered, because someone used to punch in that code while carrying me. Her hand trembled as she pushed the door open. Inside, stale air hit their faces, cold and chemical smelling. The hallway was narrow, lined with peeling paint and flickering lights that shouldn't have been flickering. This place still had power. Adrian murmured, someone's been here, recently. Mia grabbed his arm. Adrian, I don't want to see this alone. You won't, he said. They walked together. The hall opened into a large room, empty metal bed frames, old harness straps, testing tables. Mia gasped and stepped back, her hand flying to her mouth. I remember this, she whispered. This is where they checked us, injected us, cleaned us. She stopped. A door on the far side creaked. Someone else was inside. Adrian pulled Mia behind a metal table, crouching low. Footsteps approached, soft, measured, unhurried. A man in a dark suit stepped into the room, tall, composed, hands gloved, eyes like polished stone. Mia's breath shut off. Adrian's blood ran cold. The man scanned the room calmly, as if checking inventory. Then he spoke, quietly, almost gently. Mia. She stiffened. He knew her name. I wondered how long it would take for you to return. Adrian rose slowly, fury building like fire in his bones. Who the hell are you? The man turned his head slightly. Caleb Rowan, he said. Mia's heart plummeted. Adrian's fists clenched. The enemy. The architect of Emily's torment. The monster who stole generations of lives. Caleb Rowan stepped closer, smiling softly. Welcome home, Mia. Mia trembled violently. Adrian didn't say a word. He just stepped in front of her. Because this wasn't just Mia's nightmare anymore. This was Adrian's too. And he wasn't letting anyone take more from his family. Not ever again. Section 5, Part 2, The Underground People, Unmasking the Hidden Syndicate. Caleb Rowan moved like someone who had never once been afraid of the dark. Every step was slow, measured, controlled. The overhead lights flickered against his suit, casting thin shadows on his sharp cheekbones. His eyes were clear, and that bothered Adrian more than anything. There was no madness there, no wildness, just cold certainty. Mia gripped the back of Adrian's jacket, fingers digging in. Caleb's gaze drifted over Adrian first, then settled on Mia with a strange, almost clinical familiarity. I expected you to look more like her, he said. Mia swallowed hard. Like who? He smiled faintly. Your mother. The word felt like a slap. Mia flinched. Adrian's jaw clenched so tightly he thought his teeth might crack. Don't talk about her, Adrian said, voice low, dangerous. Caleb looked at him, mildly amused. Ah, so you've told her, he said. Or someone has. Lydia, perhaps. She always had a sentimental streak. That's why she was never suited for the work. Adrian took a step forward. You call what you did to Emily work? Caleb tilted his head. You call it horror. I call it research. Perspective, Mr. Cole. The sound of his last name coming from Caleb's mouth made Adrian's skin crawl. You know who I am? Adrian said flatly. Of course, Caleb replied. Your file was always very interesting. The grieving little brother who refused to forget. You should have become a detective, not a drifter. You have the temperament for investigation. I had the temperament for not giving up on my family, Adrian snapped. Romantic, Caleb said, but inefficient. Mia stepped out from behind Adrian, her legs unsteady but her voice trying to hold firm. What do you want from me? She asked. Caleb's eyes softened, in a way that felt worse than cruelty. I want to finish what we started, he said calmly. You are a crucial data point, Mia. A living result of decades of controlled trauma. You are valuable. Mia's stomach churned. I'm not your experiment, she whispered. You don't own me. Caleb smiled again, not with warmth, with possession. You were never meant to belong to anyone else. Adrian's hand balled into a fist. You're not taking her anywhere. Caleb regarded him almost kindly, like a patient teacher explaining something to a stubborn child. You think this is still about roads and woods and missing person posters, he said. You think this is a typical crime story where the villain stands in front of you and you punch him and everything ends. He spread his hands. It's not that simple, it never was. Mia's voice trembled. Then explain it. Explain why you took them, why you built tunnels under a town, why you keep hunting me instead of letting me disappear. Caleb regarded her for a moment. Because you are proof, he said. Proof that pain repeats, that fear can be mapped, that memory isn't just some abstract concept, it's a network, one that can be reproduced. Adrian felt sick. You're talking about lives, he said, children, families, people who vanished from this road and never came back. Some never came back, Caleb agreed. Others did, changed, shaped, useful. He glanced around the room at the metal frames, the straps, the dark stains on the floor that would never quite wash out. Most of the subjects weren't chosen blindly, he continued. They were selected because no one would take their absence seriously. Runaways, foster kids, teenagers from families already fractured. And Emily? Adrian interrupted. She was none of those. Caleb's gaze sharpened. No, he said. Emily was an interruption. Mia's breath hitched. Adrian's heart slammed against his ribs. An interruption? He repeated dangerously. Caleb nodded. She wasn't supposed to see what she saw. She wasn't supposed to make it into the restricted sector that night. She wasn't supposed to touch the door to the lower tunnels, but she did. She always was persistent. Adrian thought of a 12-year-old girl with stubborn eyes and scraped knees, always climbing too high, always asking too many questions. So you punished her, he said. Caleb didn't flinch. I adapted, he replied. We were already working on cross-generational imprinting. She simply accelerated the timeline. Mia stared at him, horror slowly replacing fear. You used her, she whispered. You broke her. You stole her child. You turned me into... She struggled for words. Into a container for someone else's pain. Caleb's expression softened in a way that made Adrian want to tear his face off. You misunderstand, Mia, he said gently. You are not just a container. You are the future. Emily's trauma lives in you. Her resilience, too. The question is, how much of you is you, and how much is her? Mia's lips trembled. I don't want any part of her pain. Caleb sighed lightly. Humanity rarely gets to choose what it inherits. Adrian stepped closer, fury boiling. You talk like a scientist, he said. But all I see is a criminal hiding behind big words. Caleb's eyes darkened slightly. You think criminality and science are mutually exclusive? He asked. Crime is simply the name given when research crosses lines people are too afraid to admit are necessary. Adrian's voice dropped. You tortured kids. Caleb met his stare. I advanced understanding. Mia shook her head in disbelief. You're insane. Caleb smiled thinly. Insane is a label people use when they run out of arguments. For a brief moment, Adrian considered lunging at him, breaking his nose, slamming him into the wall. But Caleb's calm demeanor said one thing clearly. He wasn't alone. Where are they? Adrian asked instead. Caleb raised an eyebrow. Who? The others, Adrian said. The missing ones. The kids who vanished. The ones from the old case, the ones from the newer ones. Are they still alive? Caleb considered the question. Some are, he replied. Some aren't. Some were useful for a long time. Others broke too easily. Mia's stomach twisted. And Emily? Adrian asked quietly. Something flickered, just for a heartbeat in Caleb's eyes. Regret? Annoyance? Memory? I don't know, he said. I lost track of her file years ago. Adrian didn't believe him. Caleb took a small step closer. You're asking the wrong questions, he said softly. You shouldn't be asking where they are now. You should be asking why no one stopped us 20 years ago when we started. Adrian glared. Because no one knew. Someone did, Caleb replied. Someone always does. Projects like this don't survive without support, without silence, without people in the outside world choosing to look away. Mia's voice was barely a whisper. The town. Yes, Caleb said calmly. Hawthorne Ridge doesn't just sit near the facility, it feeds it, it protects it, it benefits from it. Law enforcement, businesses, schools, pastors, parents. They all know enough to stay quiet. Adrian remembered the diner, the way everyone refused to speak, the way the sheriff warned him to leave. You built a syndicate, Adrian muttered, an entire network of people who just let this happen. Caleb nodded. The road brings them, he said. The woods hide them. The town absorbs the noise. Everyone gets something. Except the kids, Mia whispered. Caleb looked at her thoughtfully. The kids get purpose, he said. They become part of something bigger than themselves. Mia's eyes hardened with a new kind of anger. I'm not part of you, she said. Caleb tilted his head, studying her. Are you sure? He asked softly. Fear is the strongest glue there is. You've been shaped by our work, Mia. Your very thoughts are built on echoes we created. Adrian stepped closer again, placing himself between them. You don't own her, he said. You don't own what happens next. Caleb's calm gaze lingered on Adrian. You're right, he said. The admission threw them both for a second. I don't own what happens next, Caleb repeated, because this stopped being my project a long time ago. Mia frowned. What do you mean? Caleb's smile returned, smaller now, more dangerous. I was only the architect, he said, but the one who approved the foundation, the one who made sure we had everything we needed, that was someone much closer to you than you think. Adrian's heart began to pound in a new, sharper rhythm. Who? He demanded. Caleb took a half step back as if he'd already said too much. Ask the people you trust most, he replied softly. Ask who signed off on the funding, who told the town to stay quiet, who insisted that Emily's file be sealed. He studied Adrian's face for a long, deliberate moment. Ask yourself, he whispered, why you were never in real danger on this road, until you picked her up. The air felt suddenly too thin. Mia's eyes flicked between them, confusion and dread warring inside her. What is he talking about? She whispered. Adrian didn't answer, because he didn't know, because he didn't want to know. Caleb checked the watch on his wrist as if this conversation were nothing more than a scheduled appointment. Our time is almost up, he said. The patrol teams will be here soon. You can walk away now, Adrian. Take her. Leave this town. Forget everything. Live your life pretending this was all a nightmare. He paused. Or you can keep digging. Come below. See what's left of the world we built. But if you do, you won't come back the same. Mia's voice was shaking. Why would you even give us a choice? Caleb's eyes met hers with unnerving clarity. Because you're mine, he said. And I'm curious which part of you will win, your mother's defiance, or the fear we taught you. He turned and walked toward the far hallway, his footsteps echoing. For what it's worth, he said over his shoulder, not looking back. Emily chose defiance. Then he disappeared into the darkness of the corridor, leaving Adrian and Mia standing in the ruins of a crime that called itself research, with a choice neither of them was ready to make. Caleb's footsteps faded into the corridor until there was nothing left but the electrical hum vibrating along the walls. Mia stood frozen, staring at the place where he vanished, as if afraid the shadows themselves might reach out and grab her. Adrian didn't move for a moment, not because he was afraid, but because his mind was trying to process the last 30 minutes of his life. Emily, the facility, the experiments, Mia being her daughter, a syndicate hidden under an innocent town, and now Caleb suggesting someone close to him, someone trusted, had been part of this from the very beginning. It was too much, too twisted, too real. Mia finally whispered, voice barely audible. Adrian, what did he mean? Someone close to you approved all this? Adrian forced breath into his lungs. I don't know. Yes, he did. He just refused to let the thought form fully. Mia's eyes were wide. Do you think he was lying? He's a manipulator, Adrian said. Every word he says is meant to break you, or control you. Mia hugged herself tightly. But what if some of it is true? Adrian didn't answer, because that was the part that scared him more than anything. He walked toward the hallway Caleb entered, peering into the darkness. The air felt colder here, heavier, like the ground itself remembered screams. Mia followed, staying close. Should we go after him? She whispered. No, Adrian said instantly, not without knowing what's ahead. But he said the others might still be alive. He also said walking into those tunnels would destroy us, Adrian replied. And I'm not losing you down there. Mia felt her breath catch. Adrian turned back toward the room, the metal tables, the abandoned restraints, the peeling walls. He scanned the corners for cameras, vents, anything that could betray their movements. Help me look for files, he whispered. Anything that proves what they did here or where they moved their subjects. Mia nodded, wiping the tears from her face, forcing herself to breathe slowly. They searched quickly. Drawers, cabinets, rusty lockers, molded file boxes. Most were empty, burned, destroyed. But Mia found something buried under loose tiles in the back corner. A small metal box with a sliding latch. Adrian, look! He knelt beside her and forced the box open. Inside, Polaroids, old papers, handwritten notes with dates and initials, scraps of charts, And then, a photo that made Adrian's hands go still. A girl, maybe 15, dark hair, familiar eyes, Emily, alive, older than she ever was in any missing person poster. Mia covered her mouth. Oh my God! Adrian stared at the photo, his heart pounding in his ears. There she was, not 12, not lost, not gone. Alive. No one ever saw this, Adrian whispered. No one outside this place ever knew she lived that long. Mia touched the photo gently, almost reverently. She looks tired, she whispered. But she's... there. She's real. Adrian exhaled shakily. They kept her underground for years. Mia's eyes began to water again, not with fear, but with grief. There's another, she whispered, pulling out a second Polaroid. A newborn baby wrinkled in a blanket, a tag on the blanket. M2, Mia froze. That's me, she whispered. Isn't it? Adrian put an arm around her shoulders, steadying her as her knees weakened. Yeah, he whispered, it has to be. Her breath broke in a sob. I wasn't supposed to survive, Mia cried. I wasn't supposed to be anything, just another number. Adrian held her tighter. But you did, he said. You survived everything. You made it out. And now we know the truth. Mia shook her head, tears falling freely. I don't want to be their experiment, she whispered. I don't want to be tied to this place, to her pain, to any of it. You're not, Adrian said. You're you, Mia. The girl who fought her way out of hell. The girl who remembers things no one else could survive. Mia wiped her face. But what about Emily? She asked. How did her story end? We know she lived. We know she was there, but Caleb didn't tell us everything. No, Adrian said. He didn't. He stood up and scanned the room again. Something felt wrong. Too quiet, too still. Mia noticed it too. Adrian uttered, "Do you hear that?" "Hear what?" She swallowed hard. "Nothing." The lights flickered. A cold breeze swept under the metal door behind them. Adrian tensed. "Something's coming," Mia whispered. He grabbed her hand. "Move!" They slipped back into the hallway, heading toward the exit. As they approached the door, they heard footsteps behind them. Slow, rhythmic, getting louder. Mia squeezed Adrian's arm. "Adrian, don't look back," he whispered. But she did. She turned her head, just a little, and saw a silhouette standing in the corridor. Tall, motionless, watching. Not Caleb, someone else. "Miles Rowan," Mia whispered. The sheriff stepped into the light, eyes locked on her, face hard, jaw clenched. His badge glinted under the flickering bulbs. "I told you to keep driving," he said quietly. Adrian pulled Mia behind him. "What do you want?" Adrian demanded. The sheriff raised a tranquilizer gun. "Her!" Mia gasped and clutched Adrian's jacket. "No, please." Adrian stepped forward. "You're not touching her." Sheriff Rowan sighed. "You don't understand what she is." "She's my niece," Adrian snapped. Something flickered in the sheriff's eyes, just for a moment. Maybe guilt, maybe recognition, maybe he already knew. "That's exactly why you should walk away," the sheriff said. "She's the last piece of a project that must stay buried. She's the reason the facility still exists." Mia's voice trembled. "Why? Why me?" Sheriff Rowan lowered his gun slightly. "Because you're the only one who survived." Mia's heart shattered. Adrian clenched his fists. "And that's exactly why she's never going back." Sheriff Rowan took a slow step forward. "I can't let you leave with her," he said quietly. "If she lives, other things will surface, other truths. People will be held accountable." "Good," Adrian growled. The sheriff shook his head. "This town can't afford the truth. We can't afford what will happen if this gets out." "You're protecting criminals," Adrian spat. "I'm protecting my son." Mia froze. Adrian froze. "What?" Adrian whispered. Sheriff Rowan's voice dropped to a hollow whisper. Caleb is my son. The world stopped spinning for a second, and then everything made perfect, horrifying sense. Mia's voice broke. You helped him, she whispered. You let him take all those people. Sheriff Rowan looked at her, eyes full of regret but no remorse. I kept the town alive. Adrian stepped in front of Mia again. I will kill you before I let you touch her, he said. Rowan raised the tranquilizer gun. I believe you, he replied, and fired. The descent beneath Hawthorne, secrets of the lost tunnels. The tranquilizer dart cut through the air so fast Adrian barely had time to register the small metallic hiss. Instinct took over. He shoved Mia to the side just as the dart struck his shoulder with a dull, sickening thud. Adrian! Mia screamed. He stumbled backward, gripping his arm, the world spinning violently. A wave of dizziness crashed into him like a tidal force. His muscles turning heavy, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. Sheriff Rowan stepped forward, lowering the gun. Stay down, he said. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Adrian fought the fog creeping into his vision. He tried to stay standing, but his knees buckled, and he caught himself against a rusted metal table. Mia crawled to him, tears in her eyes. No, Adrian, stay with me, she whispered, her voice shaking. Adrian's words slurred. Mia, run! She shook her head fiercely. I won't leave you. The sheriff approached them with slow, heavy footsteps. Mia, he said calmly, you don't understand what you're doing. My son kept you alive. You owe him that much. Her voice cracked with fear and fury. I don't owe anyone anything, the sheriff sighed, raising the gun again. You're dangerous. You were never meant to be free. You were part of a controlled system, an echo of someone else. If you leave this facility, everything we've buried will rise again. And no one can survive that truth. Adrian tried to stand again, but the drug dragged him down like weights chained to his limbs. His vision blurred, his heartbeat slowed. Don't touch her, he groaned. The sheriff ignored him. Mia stood up, her hands shaking, her knees weak, but her eyes bright with something raw. Not fear, not confusion, anger. You're protecting your son, she whispered. Did you ever protect the children in this place? The sheriff didn't answer. Mia took a shaky step toward him. Did you protect Emily? She whispered. Rowan's jaw clenched. Emily was an accident, he said coldly. A disruption. She saw something she shouldn't have. She forced our hand. Mia's breath hitched. So you took her. I followed orders, Rowan said. We had to maintain control. Everyone in this town understands that. Not everyone, Mia snapped. Not Lydia, not Adrian, not Emily, and definitely not me. Sheriff Rowan raised the gun. I'm sorry, he said softly. You were never supposed to survive this long. Mia's breath caught. Time slowed. Then, a loud crash echoed down the hallway, metal slamming against metal. The sheriff jerked his head toward the noise. What the? Another crash, closer this time. Footsteps. Fast. Mia didn't waste a second. She lunged forward, grabbing Adrian's dropped flashlight and smashed it against the sheriff's wrist. The tranquilizer gun clattered to the floor, sliding across the concrete. Rowan yelled in pain, stumbling back. Mia, run! Adrian gasped, forcing himself upright despite the drug ripping through his veins. But Mia didn't run. She grabbed Adrian's arm, dragging him toward the hallway. The sheriff recovered quickly. Stop! He roared. He reached for the tranquilizer gun. But a figure came flying out of the dark corridor, slamming into him like a battering ram. Both men smashed into a metal rack, sending tools and debris scattering everywhere. Mia froze. Lydia! She gasped. The older woman glared at the sheriff, pinning him down with surprising strength. Go! Lydia screamed. Now! Adrian leaned heavily on Mia. His legs felt like sand. His vision flickered. They staggered toward the exit, the sounds of Lydia and Rowan struggling behind them echoing through the room. "You won't get far," Rowan shouted, voice cracking with rage. "They're coming." "You can't escape both Rowans." Mia dragged Adrian through the doorway and into the hallway, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. "Adrian, please, stay awake. Stay with me." He stumbled and she tightened her grip around his waist. "Can't," he murmured. "Dizzy." "You're not dying on me," she whispered fiercely. "Not here." They reached the main hallway. Lights flickered overhead. The building groaned. The entire structure felt like it was holding its breath. "Where?" Mia gasped. "Where do we go?" Adrian forced his mind through the drugged haze. "Tunnels," he muttered. "Find stairs." Mia scanned the dim corridor. On the far end, an elevator with an old keypad and rusted doors slightly ajar. "That!" she whispered. She dragged Adrian toward it. The hallway behind them erupted with noise, Rowan shouting, Lydia yelling something, the sound of metal hitting concrete. Mia's hands shook as she reached the elevator. She pried the doors apart with a squeal of metal. A staircase spiraled downward into darkness. Adrian swayed dangerously. "Mia, don't. It's dangerous." "I don't care," she whispered. "You said it yourself. Emily might be down there." Adrian blinked hard, trying to focus. "Maybe," he whispered. "Maybe her file. Maybe someone else. Maybe..." But then his body sagged forward. "Adrian!" Mia caught him, panic rising. "Please, please stay awake." He forced his eyes open. "Mia, go!" "Oh, shut up," she whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I'm not leaving you. I'm not losing anyone else." Behind them, a gunshot exploded. The bullet smashed into the wall, inches beside Mia's head. Sheriff Rowan's furious voice echoed down the hall. "Maya, don't!" Mia grabbed Adrian by the shoulders and pulled him into the elevator shaft. Another gunshot, another bullet whizzing past them. Mia screamed. Adrian groaned, and then the two of them tumbled downward onto the metal staircase. They rolled down several steps before Mia slammed against the railing, grabbing Adrian tightly to stop their fall. Above them, Rowan's shadow filled the doorway. "MIA, stop running!" Her voice shattered in a scream. "I'm not yours!" She pulled Adrian deeper into the stairwell. Sheriff Rowan shouted orders to unseen men. "Get down there, now!" The tunnel lit up with footsteps and shadows. Mia dragged Adrian down step by step, deeper, colder, into the dark belly of the underground facility. As the heavy metal door slammed shut above them, everything else was swallowed by the dark. Only their breath and the faint humming of machines far below remained. Adrian whispered faintly, "Mia, what have we done?" Mia didn't know, but she knew one thing. They weren't going back, not until they found the truth, not until they found Emily, not until this nightmare ended or consumed them. The metal staircase spiraled downward like a throat swallowing them whole. Cold air seeped through the walls, carrying faint echoes, whispers mixed with mechanical hums, sounds that didn't belong in any abandoned place. Mia gripped the railing with one hand and held Adrian with the other, her muscles burning from the effort of dragging most of his weight. Adrian's breaths were slow, uneven, heavy with the tranquilizer clouding his veins. "Mia!" His voice cracked. "Stop. Rest." "We can't," she whispered. "They're right behind us." Footsteps clanged on the metal steps above, multiple sets getting closer. Mia quickened her pace, nearly slipping. Her ankle throbbed, her lungs burned, her vision blurred, but she didn't stop. She couldn't, not with Adrian fading against her shoulder, not with Rowan's men descending, not with the truth buried somewhere below, waiting to be uncovered. The staircase finally ended at a rusted landing. Ahead, an enormous door made of reinforced steel marked with a faded stenciled label. Sector B. Primary access. Mia's heart hammered. Sector B, she whispered. This is the level where they kept the first-generation subjects. Adrian tried to straighten, gripping the wall. Are you sure? Mia nodded. I remember the humming. I remember the cold. This feels like that. The footsteps grew louder. Mia hurried to the door. There was a keypad, old but glowing faintly. She hovered her fingers over it. What was the code? She whispered. What was it? Adrian leaned his head against the wall, fighting the fog in his mind. Mia, think about the pattern. You remembered the last one. She squeezed her eyes shut. A flash, a woman's voice, a hand typing a sequence while holding a baby. 4, 2, 8, 7. Her eyes flew open. She typed the code. The keypad blinked. Red, then green. A loud click echoed through the stairwell. The steel door unlatched. Mia, Adrian whispered, almost relieved. We have to move, she said, helping him through. Behind them, voices boomed down the stairs. There! They opened the sector door. Move! Don't let them reach the tunnels. Mia dragged Adrian inside and slammed the heavy door. She fumbled with the locking wheel, turning it with shaking hands. The footsteps reached the landing. Open it! Ram the door! The steel vibrated as something slammed into it from the other side. Mia stumbled back, adrenaline flooding her chest. Adrian pushed himself upright with sheer willpower. You okay? He breathed. No. They turned toward the dark corridor ahead. The tunnel stretched endlessly, illuminated by flickering emergency lights spaced far apart. The walls were covered with old pipes, peeling paint, and warning symbols from decades ago. But Mia recognized every inch. This, she said, trembling, this is where I was born. Adrian swallowed hard. You remember that? She shook her head. No. But my bones do? They started moving deeper into the tunnel, Adrian leaning on Mia but trying to support his own weight. With every second, Adrian fought the tranquilizer, clinging to consciousness. Mia, he said after a few minutes, voice thick. When I black out, you keep going. You're not blacking out, she snapped. You're staying awake. His eyelids flickered. She shook him. Adrian, don't you dare leave me in this place. He inhaled sharply, forcing his eyes open again. Ahead, the corridor widened into an old observation chamber. Glass windows lined one side, some cracked, some shattered, revealing empty rooms inside, medical beds, metal restraints, faded charts, rust stains in corners that didn't look like rust. Mia walked slowly, her breath turning shallow. This is where they monitored the children, she whispered. My mother, Emily. She must have spent years behind those windows. Adrian reached for her hand. Mia, you don't have to relive this. She squeezed his fingers. I already do, she whispered. She moved closer to one of the observation windows. Her reflection stared back, pale, shaking, eyes too bright. She pressed her palm against the glass. I feel like I've stood here before. Adrian stood beside her. You were a baby. Mia shook her head. No, I remember something, not clearly, more like an emotion. She swallowed. Fear. And a lullaby. Someone humming. Adrian felt his throat tighten. Emily? Maybe. A loud metallic groan echoed somewhere deeper in the tunnels. Adrian tensed. What was that? Mia stepped back from the glass. That sound. I know that sound. She closed her eyes, letting the memory surface. A heavy mechanical door opening. Cold air rushing in. Children crying. Someone calling numbers. Her eyes snapped open. They're opening Section C. Adrian frowned. What's Section C? Mia's voice quivered. The lower chambers. The place where older subjects were kept. The ones who didn't adapt. Adrian grabbed her shoulders. Is anyone still alive down there? Mia shook her head slowly. I don't know, but I remember shadows and chains and something else. What? Mia's skin went cold. Screaming. Adrian looked down the corridor, a long stretch of darkness ending in a faint flicker of light. We move, he said. But Mia didn't move. She stood completely still, her breathing changing, shifting. Adrian frowned. Mia? Her eyes unfocused for a moment, her hands trembled, her lips parted. I hear something, she whispered. Not screaming, something else. Adrian listened. Only silence. What do you hear? He asked. A voice, Mia breathed. A woman's voice. Adrian felt a chill crawl up his spine. What is she saying? Mia's eyes filled with tears. She's saying, I'm here. Adrian froze. Mia, are you sure? Yes, she whispered. I think Emily is down there. Adrian grabbed her hand again. Then we go, but slow. They walked deeper into the tunnel. The hum grew louder. The lights flickered more aggressively. The temperature dropped. Adrian's strength dipped again, his breath ragged. Adrian, please stay with me, Mia whispered. He held her hand tighter. I'm here, he breathed. They turned a corner and stopped. Ahead of them, a massive steel door twice the size of the first one stood slightly open. Cold fog seeped out from the gap. A faint light flickered inside. A woman's silhouette stood just beyond the doorway. Still, silent, watching. Mia gasped, her voice cracking. Adrian, that's... But before she could finish, the silhouette moved. Slowly, deliberately, stepping into the dim light, revealing not Emily, not a survivor, but someone else entirely. Someone Mia had never met. A woman with white hair, pale skin, dark, hollow eyes, wearing a hospital gown, and around her neck, a metal collar with a blinking red light. Adrian whispered, Mia, what is that? Mia's voice trembled. That's not a guard, that's not a worker, that's a subject. The woman tilted her head slowly, unnaturally, and like she didn't understand what humans were supposed to look like anymore. And then she whispered Mia's name. Mia. Mia nearly collapsed. Adrian's breath stopped. The woman took one more step. Her smile stretched too wide. We've been waiting for you. The woman's voice slithered through the cold air like a whisper crawling over stone. Mia. Mia froze. Her body locked. Her breath halted mid-chest. All the fear she thought she'd already felt suddenly multiplied, collapsing inside her like a dying star. Adrian pulled her a half step back, instinctively shielding her. The woman took another slow, unnatural step forward. Her bare feet scraped the concrete floor. Her pupils were huge, black swallowing the rest of her eyes. Adrian fought to steady his breathing. You know her? He asked quietly. Mia shook her head slowly, trembling. No, but she knows me. The woman laughed softly, an eerie, broken sound like someone trying to imitate laughter without remembering how. We've been waiting for you, she whispered. Her voice echoed faintly, like the tunnel walls repeated her words too willingly. Adrian scanned her body, noting the collar around her neck. A red light flashed, slow, rhythmic, like a pulse. Mia, he murmured, that collar. What is it? Mia swallowed hard. It's a tracking device, she whispered, and a shock control. Adrian's jaw tightened. They kept you like that? She nodded. The woman tilted her head at an angle no living person should comfortably manage. You're late, she murmured. The others were excited. They thought you'd never come home. Home. The word stabbed Mia right through the ribs. Adrian stepped forward slightly, voice steady but edged with steel. We're not here to hurt you, he said. We just want answers. The woman blinked slowly. Answers? Her lips stretched too wide again. No one gets answers down here, only endings. Mia's knees weakened. Adrian grabbed her hand tighter. We need to go, he whispered. Now. But the woman heard him. Her smile vanished instantly. You can't go yet, she said, voice sharper. Not until you've seen her. Adrian's breath caught. Seen who? The woman pointed a trembling finger at Mia. Her mother! Mia gasped. Adrian's heart slammed against his chest. Emily? He breathed. The woman nodded slowly. She's been waiting longer than anyone else. Mia's voice cracked. Where is she? The woman stepped aside and gestured toward the massive steel door behind her. Inside, she whispered. Mia took one shaky step forward. Adrian pulled her back. Mia, wait. This could be a trap. Tears welled in her eyes. I don't care, she whispered. If there's even a chance... Mia, listen to me! No! Her voice broke. Adrian, if she's alive, if she's even breathing, I need to see her. Adrian hesitated. The woman's expression softened in a strange, almost childlike way. She cries, she whispered. She whispers your name, even when they hurt her, even when the lights go off. Mia covered her mouth. She remembers you, the woman added. She always remembered. Adrian swallowed. Mia, this doesn't make sense. She would have been held here for decades. How could she? The woman's smile flickered. Time means something different down here. Mia stepped forward. The woman suddenly stretched her arms out, blocking the path. But if you go in... Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. You won't come back the same. Mia hesitated. Adrian's hand tightened around hers. But something in Mia's expression changed. She straightened her back, wiped her tears, stared into the woman's eerie, hollow eyes, and whispered, I'm going inside. Adrian's voice trembled. Mia! She turned to him. I have to. If I don't, I'll never know. I'll never heal. And neither will you. He stared at her, seeing not the frightened girl from the diner, not the lost survivor from the forest, but someone stronger, someone who deserved answers, someone who deserved a life untouched by people like Caleb Rowan. He nodded once. I'm going with you, he said. Mia's eyes softened, gratitude mixing with terror. Together they stepped toward the steel door. The woman backed away, pushing it open with surprising ease. Cold fog spilled out like breath from a dying monster. Inside, pitch darkness, no light, no sound, just cold. Adrian took out his flashlight. Its beam pierced the darkness, and both of them froze. Rows of empty beds lined the chamber. Medical equipment rusted into the floor, shattered glass, restraints, chains. The smell, metallic, sharp, old, hit them next. Then the sound, a soft whimper, a fragile, broken sob. Mia's pulse roared in her ears. But she couldn't finish. She stepped forward. The flashlight beam trembled in Adrian's hand as he followed her deeper into the chamber. The crying grew louder. Alive, real, human. Mia, Adrian whispered. I hear her, Mia breathed, tears overflowing. She's here. She's here. They reached the far corner of the chamber, and there, huddled in a small containment room behind reinforced glass, was a figure curled on the floor, thin, hair matted, clothes torn, body trembling. The crying came from her. Mia pressed her hand to the window, sobbing. Emily, the figure froze. Slowly, so slowly, the woman lifted her head. Her eyes were sunken, her face thin, but the shape of her jaw, the curve of her cheek. Adrian staggered backward. That's her, he whispered. Mia choked on a breath. The woman inside stared at Mia, really stared, and her lips parted. Her voice was a rasp, weak, but unmistakably human. Mia? Mia broke. She collapsed against the glass, crying so hard she couldn't catch her breath. "Mom," she whispered. "Mom, I'm here. I found you. I'm here." Emily reached toward the glass, fingers trembling, barely able to lift her hand. Adrian felt tears burning his eyes for the first time in decades. Emily, alive, barely, broken, but alive. Mia pressed both hands to the glass, desperate to touch her. But before Adrian could try to find a way to open the door, before either of them could take another breath, a metallic clank echoed behind them. The woman with the collar had stepped inside the room. Her smile gone, her eyes dark. "I told you," she whispered eerily. "No one leaves unchanged." Then alarms blared, red lights flashing. The steel door slammed shut, and a voice boomed over the speakers. "Subject M2 has entered containment. Initiate lockdown." Adrian grabbed Mia. The woman with the collar whispered, "They're coming for you, Mia." Footsteps thundered in the tunnels. Adrian lifted Mia to her feet. Emily screamed from inside the cell, "Maie, run!" But Mia shook her head violently. "No!" she sobbed. "I'm not leaving her again." Adrian held her face between his hands. "Mia, listen to me. Look at me." Her eyes locked onto his. "We will get her out," he swore. "Both of you. But right now, if we don't move, we die here." Mia trembled, torn apart. The alarm screamed louder. Doors clanged open down the hall. Shadows moved closer, fast. Emily sobbed behind the glass. "Mia, please, go." The woman with the collar whispered, "You can't run forever." Adrian grabbed Mia's hand and pulled her toward the emergency exit door in the corner. "Mia, now!" With one last look at her mother's trembling silhouette, Mia ran, and the underground nightmare opened its jaws wider, ready to swallow them all. The capture of the heart, a web of betrayals. The alarms were deafening. Red lights pulsed through the tunnels like a heartbeat gone violently wrong. Every corner flashed crimson, warning them, trapping them, pushing them deeper into a nightmare neither of them had been ready to face. Adrian dragged Mia through the narrow emergency corridor, his breath ragged, the tranquilizer still choking his senses, but the fear pounding inside him kept him moving. Behind them, Emily's screams bled through the chamber walls. "Mia, don't leave me! Mia!" Mia sobbed violently as she ran. "I can't leave her, Adrian, I can't." Adrian pulled her harder. "We'll get her out," he said through clenched teeth. "But if we stay right now, we die, and then she dies for nothing." Mia stumbled, nearly falling. Adrian caught her. The corridor sloped downward at an angle, the floor vibrating beneath them as machinery powered up across the complex. The underground facility was waking up. Mia gasped for breath. "They're coming," she whispered. "I hear them. Adrian, they're close." Adrian listened. Boots, heavy, synchronized. At least 6 men, coming fast. "Mia," he said, steadying her. "Whatever happens, do not stop running." She wiped tears from her face, shaking violently. "But my mom, we come back for her," he said. "I swear it." Suddenly, a metal gate slammed down ahead of them with a thunderous crash, cutting off their path. Mia screamed and grabbed Adrian's arm. "No, no, no, what do we do?" Adrian scanned the tunnel. The walls were lined with old pipes and maintenance panels. "Mia, look!" He pointed to a side hatch halfway up the wall. "Maintenance access, climb!" She hesitated only a second before scrambling up the pipes. Adrian boosted her, then pulled himself up after her. The hatch was rusted shut. Mia grabbed the handle, yanking desperately. "It's stuck!" Boots thundered down the hall. Shouts echoed after them. "There! They went down Sector B! Shut off the exits! Don't let the girl escape!" Adrian slammed his shoulder into the hatch. Once, twice, 3 times. The hinges groaned. Metal cracked. Behind them, flashlights appeared around the corner. They're here, Mia cried. Adrian roared and drove his shoulder into the hatch one final time. The metal gave way. Go! He pushed Mia through the opening, then climbed inside right as a bullet ricocheted off the wall beside them. The hatch slammed shut behind them as the soldiers reached it, pounding on the metal. The maintenance shaft was narrow, barely tall enough to crouch in. Pipes hissed on either side. Everything smelled of dust, rust, and something chemical. Mia crawled forward, shaking. Adrian, her voice cracked. My mom. She's there. She's alive. They're going to hurt her. Adrian crawled behind her, struggling to breathe. We'll get her, he repeated. But we need to get out of the active zone first. Mia stopped crawling. You don't understand, she whispered. If they isolate her, if they take her to lower containment, she'll disappear forever. They erase anyone who disrupts the system. Adrian touched her back gently. I know, and that's why we're not stopping. Now move. She nodded shakily and crawled forward again. The maintenance shaft opened into a vertical metal chute with old ladder rungs bolted to the wall. Mia looked down, pitch black. She looked up, equally dark. Which way? She whispered. Adrian closed his eyes, forcing his senses to sharpen past the tranquilizer. Then he heard it, faint but real. Voices below them, radio chatter, orders. Go up, Adrian whispered. They expect us to go down. Mia grabbed the ladder and started climbing. Adrian followed, his muscles trembling. Climbing was agony. The drug made Adrian's fingers numb. Every rung felt like lifting his entire weight with dead arms. Below them, metal scraping, voices echoing. They use the shaft. Spread out. Check all vertical ports. Mia climbed faster, heart pounding. Adrian, they're coming from below. I know, keep going. As they climbed higher, the chute narrowed. The air grew colder. The lights became intermittent. Finally, they reached a small platform. A single door marked Archive Storage. Restricted. Mia looked at Adrian. What if this leads nowhere? Adrian pushed the door. It opened. Inside was a dimly lit room lined with file cabinets, old computers, and dusty shelves. A forgotten archive. They slipped inside and closed the door quietly. Mia collapsed against a shelf, chest heaving, tears streaking her face. Adrian, I can still hear her. My mom. She was calling for me. Adrian knelt in front of her, cupping her face with trembling hands. Mia, listen to me. She met his eyes, broken, terrified, desperate. Emily is alive, Adrian said softly. That means we have a chance, a real one. But if we rush blindly into their hands, they'll kill me and they'll take you. She sobbed softly. I don't want to lose her again. You won't, he whispered. I promise. Her shoulders shook as she leaned into him, clinging to the one anchor she had left. After a moment, she whispered, Why didn't they kill her? Why did they keep her alive all these years? Adrian hesitated, then said the truth. Because she was useful. Mia closed her eyes in pain. Adrian continued. Caleb said Emily remembered you, that she whispered your name. That means they kept her alive because something about that mattered to them. Mia opened her eyes, tears clinging to her lashes. You really think so? Adrian nodded. And I think Caleb knew we'd find her. Mia froze. What do you mean? Adrian's jaw tensed. He wants something. He didn't try to kill us. He let us run into the tunnels. He let us find this level. Mia trembled. Adrian, why? Why help us? Adrian swallowed. Because Caleb Rowan is playing a bigger game, and we're only seeing the edge of it. Mia wiped her face, forcing herself to breathe. What do we do now? Adrian looked around the archive room. Now, he whispered, we find out what they've been hiding. He pulled open a file drawer. Inside, Thousands of documents, serial numbers, subject names, treatment logs, birth records. Mia moved beside him, scanning over his shoulder. Suddenly, she gasped. "Look, Adrian, look!" She pulled out a yellowed folder labeled Subject M2, Postnatal Development. Her hands shook as she opened it. Inside, photographs of her as an infant, medical reports, growth charts, DNA logs. But one document made Adrian's blood run cold. A signature at the bottom of the approval page. A name Adrian recognized, a name he trusted. His breath left him. "No," Adrian whispered, stepping back. Mia stared at him. "Adrian, what is it?" He couldn't answer. Because the signature on Mia's file was signed by someone who should have protected Emily, someone who should have protected him, someone who should have stopped all of this. The signature read, Dr. Charles Cole, Lead Behavioral Consultant, Hawthorne Ridge Genetic Project. Mia blinked. "Adrian, who is that?" Adrian's voice cracked. "My father." Adrian stared at the signature as if it were a weapon pointed at his heart. Dr. Charles Cole, his father, his own blood. The man who taught him how to change a tire, how to drive, how to survive in the woods. The man who told him, family is the only thing that matters. Mia watched Adrian's face drain of color, her fingers tightening around the folder. "Adrian," she whispered, "that name, is that—" He stepped back, shaking his head slowly, like if he moved too fast, the truth would stab him harder. "It can't be him," he whispered. "He died 15 years ago, a stroke. I buried him, His voice cracked into silence. Mia reached for him. "Adrian, what did he do?" He couldn't breathe. He forced himself to look at the page again, at the neat, clean signature, his father's handwriting. Unmistakable. The room tilted. "My dad," Adrian whispered, voice trembling. He worked in the next county's hospital for decades. He wasn't some scientist. He wasn't this. Mia gently placed a hand on his arm. "What if he had another job?" she whispered. "A secret one, something no one knew about." Adrian's voice hardened suddenly. No. He would never sign off on something like this. He turned away, pacing. He loved Emily. He searched for her. He blamed himself for not watching her that night. Mia stepped closer. "Adrian, Caleb said someone close to you supported the project. Someone who made sure Emily's file stayed sealed." Adrian clenched his fists. "That doesn't mean—" Mia held up another paper, her hands trembling. "This one is dated 6 months after Emily disappeared." Adrian froze. Her voice cracked. "Your father approved continued behavioral testing on his own niece." Adrian's breath caught. "No," he whispered, voice cracking. "Not him. Not my dad." But his legs weakened. He leaned against a metal cabinet, exhaling shallowly, the air too thin to hold inside his lungs. Mia stepped closer, her eyes filled with pain. Not for herself, but for him. "Adrian, how well did you really know him?" He didn't answer, because the truth sliced its way through him. His father had secrets, work trips, late nights, locked drawers, phone calls Adrian wasn't supposed to overhear. At the time, Adrian thought it was normal, adult things. He never questioned it, not until now. Adrian's throat tightened. "He used to drive to Hawthorne Ridge for board meetings twice a month," he whispered slowly, brokenly. "Said he was helping with rural medical outreach." Mia swallowed. "Adrian..." He stared at the folder again. The realization hit him like a collapsing wall. "He wasn't helping the town," Adrian whispered. "He was helping them. His father, the man who taught him to protect family, helped destroy it." Mia reached out and took his shaking hands in hers. "Adrian, you didn't know." But I should have, he whispered, his voice cracked. I should have seen something. I should have realized. Stop. Mia gripped his hands tighter. You were a kid and you trusted him. That is not your fault. Adrian closed his eyes, grief ripping through him. My father was part of the reason Emily was taken, he whispered, and part of the reason you suffered. Mia stepped closer, her forehead nearly touching his. And now, you're the reason I'm alive. Adrian opened his eyes. The pain inside him didn't fade, but Mia's voice steadied the shaking ground beneath his feet. He gently pulled his hands free and turned back to the file. He forced himself to read every line, every date, every clinical description of what they did to Emily. The stress durability tests, the isolation chambers, the behavioral imprint procedures. His father's signature appeared again, and again, and again. Adrian felt sick. He pressed a hand to the metal shelf to keep himself upright. Mia's voice trembled behind him. Adrian, it wasn't you, it was him. You are not responsible for his sins. But Adrian wasn't listening anymore, because beneath the last page, hidden between two medical charts, he found something else. A letter, handwritten, folded once. His throat tightened as he opened it. The handwriting, shaky, frantic, desperate, was Emily's. Mia gasped softly. What is that? Adrian read the first line aloud. If you ever find this, Adrian, it means I failed. Mia covered her mouth, tears spilling from her eyes. Adrian's vision blurred instantly. He continued reading, his voice shaking. I don't know how long they will keep me alive. I don't know what they want. But if they come for you, run. They use fear, they use children. Don't let them use you. A tear slid down Adrian's cheek. Mia whispered, She wrote this for you. Adrian's voice broke completely. I'm sorry they took me. I'm sorry I wasn't stronger, but it's not your fault. Don't let anyone tell you it is. He swallowed a sob. Emily had been trying to protect him even while she was trapped underground. If you ever find her, my daughter, please tell her I never stopped fighting. Tell her I loved her before I even saw her. And tell her she was never meant to live in fear. Mia fell to her knees, crying openly. Adrian couldn't finish the letter for a moment. He wiped his face, voice barely audible. Her name is Mia, and I hope you find her someday. Mia collapsed against him, sobbing into his chest. She knew me, Mia whispered. She knew I was alive. She loved me. Adrian wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly. She never stopped, he whispered. The room pulsed with emotion. The cord between past and present tightened. Painful but undeniable. Mia cried harder. I need to get her out, she said. No matter what it costs. Adrian nodded, voice steady again, but filled with icy determination. We will, he said. We're not leaving without her. Before Mia could respond, a loud click echoed in the archive room. Both of them froze. Adrian turned slowly. The door they'd entered through was locked from the outside. Footsteps approached, soft, confident, deliberate. And then, a voice, smooth, calm, too familiar. You found it, Caleb Rowan said. Good. Then we can finally begin. Mia's blood ran cold. Adrian stepped in front of her again. Caleb smiled through the small observation window in the door. Your father would be proud, Adrian, he said quietly. You've come exactly where he wanted you. Adrian's heart stopped. Mia grabbed his hand. The door handle twisted, and the lock disengaged. The metal door clicked open with a slow, deliberate sound that slithered straight down Mia's spine. Caleb Rowan stepped inside the archive room, calm, controlled, almost elegant, like a man entering a board meeting rather than a chamber of stolen lives. His eyes traveled across the shelves, the scattered files, the folder still trembling in Mia's hands. Then he looked at Adrian, and smiled. Your father left a difficult legacy to live up to, he said softly. But you're doing well. Adrian's blood turned to ice. Don't say his name, he growled. Caleb ignored the warning. Charles Cole, a visionary, a man who understood what fear could create, what trauma could unlock. He believed in the project more than anyone. Adrian stepped forward, fists clenched. He believed in healing. He was a doctor. Caleb tilted his head in amusement. He was a scientist before he was anything else. Mia clung to Adrian's arm. Why are you doing this? She whispered. Why tell us all this now? Caleb clasped his hands behind his back. Because you're about to make choices, he said simply. And informed choices are always the most interesting to watch, Adrian snapped. We're not your experiment. Caleb's eyes warmed with an unsettling fondness. You always were, you just didn't know it. The words hit Adrian like a punch to the lungs. What does that mean? He demanded. Caleb glanced at the open folder in Mia's lap. You found the signature, he said softly. Good. That means you're ready to hear the rest. Adrian's voice broke. My father didn't know what he was signing. Caleb smiled. Oh, he knew exactly. Charles was not a stupid man. He approved every phase. He helped classify Emily. He recommended isolating her. He even... Shut up, Adrian roared. Mia reached for him desperately. Adrian, stop! But Adrian lunged at Caleb. It was instinct, rage, grief, betrayal, all boiling at once. He didn't even register his feet moving until he was already swinging. But Caleb stepped aside with effortless precision, letting Adrian crash into a metal cabinet. A drawer burst open, papers scattered. Adrian staggered, breathless. Caleb sighed lightly. You're still drugged, he said. This impulsive heroism doesn't suit you. You're far more interesting when you're thinking, not flailing. Adrian tried to swing again, but his limbs were heavy and uncoordinated. The tranquilizer still dragged through his muscles like wet sand. Caleb caught his wrist mid-swing. One hand, gentle, firm, unshakable. I knew your father very well, Caleb murmured. He admired your stubbornness, your potential. A pause. And he was always afraid you'd find out. Adrian's heart cracked open. Liar, he whispered. Caleb leaned close. Ask yourself why he was always gone, why he hid his research, why he insisted the police stop looking for Emily after the first week. Adrian froze. The memory punched through his skull like a sledgehammer. His father's face, tired, cold, telling the police they were wasting resources, telling Adrian to let it go. Suddenly it wasn't distant childhood confusion, it was complicity. Mia saw the devastation sink into Adrian's bones. No, she whispered. Adrian, don't believe him, he's trying to break you. Caleb released Adrian's wrist and stepped back. Break him? Caleb asked softly. No, Mia. I'm helping him understand who he really is. Adrian sank to his knees, gripping the edge of the cabinet to stay upright. He whispered, My father helped you torture my sister. Caleb knelt beside him. No, he said quietly. Your father helped us change the world. Mia lunged, shoving Caleb away with surprising force. Don't touch him! Caleb stumbled but didn't fall. He brushed imaginary dust from his shirt. You're stronger than she was at your age, he said, smiling at Mia. Emily was brave but fragile, too emotional, too attached. Mia trembled. Don't talk about her. Caleb's smile softened. She talked about you. Mia froze. She whispered to you through glass, through pain, through years of isolation. She begged for you, she cried for you, she refused to cooperate unless we showed her your picture. Mia's breath shattered. You're lying. Caleb's voice dropped to a hush. She loved you so much it ruined her. She attacked guards trying to reach you. She refused medication. She fought every test panel. She starved herself for days until we brought you near her. Mia fell back against Adrian, sobbing. Stop. Please stop. Adrian wrapped an arm around her protectively. Caleb, he said, voice low, I swear to God, if you hurt her. Hurt her, Caleb repeated. Why would I hurt her? She's the most valuable subject this project has ever produced. Adrian surged forward again, but Mia stopped him, clinging to him desperately. No, she whispered. Don't. He wants you angry. Caleb nodded approvingly. She's learning. Adrian glared at him. What do you want? Caleb clasped his hands again, pacing slowly. I want to finish what your father began, he said. I want to understand why trauma imprints differently, why some children break and others evolve, why memory echoes across generations. He turned to Mia. And I want to know what Emily passed down to you. Mia flinched. Caleb stepped closer. You found her. Good. Now she will either stabilize or collapse, but you, Mia, he smiled. You are the real test. Adrian stood, using the cabinet for balance. You're not taking her. Caleb raised an eyebrow. Who said I needed to? He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small remote with a single red button. Mia's heart stopped. That's the collar trigger. Caleb nodded. The woman you met outside Emily's chamber is subject C12, highly unstable, highly dangerous. The collar regulates her violent responses. Mia whispered, You brought her to scare us. No, Caleb said calmly. I brought her to teach you. He pressed the button. A distant scream echoed through the tunnels, raw, guttural, inhuman. Mia clutched Adrian's sleeve. What did you do? Caleb turned toward the door. You activated her, Adrian growled. No, Caleb replied. I freed her. Another scream. Closer now. Caleb smiled. You see, Mia, trauma doesn't just echo, it transforms. A shadow flickered in the hallway light, a fast, distorted movement. She's coming, Caleb whispered, and she knows you're here. The lights flickered violently. The archive room vibrated. Something slammed into the door. Mia screamed. Adrian grabbed her. The door buckled inward. Caleb stepped aside, calm and patient. You wanted answers, he said softly. Now face the result. The door bent, cracked, split. And the woman, the creature, C12, burst into the room, eyes wild, collar lights flashing red. She locked onto Mia and lunged. The breaking point, the monster in the hallway. The moment C12 burst through the mangled door, the room seemed to shrink around them. Her body jolted with unnatural spasms, like something inside her was fighting to break out. Her pale feet scraped against the concrete. Her collar blinked red, faster, louder, an angry heartbeat that filled the air with a mechanical pulse. But it was her eyes, those black, bottomless eyes, that froze Mia's lungs. She didn't look human. She looked empty, and she was staring straight at Mia. Adrian shoved Mia behind him instantly. Stay back, he shouted. C12 didn't slow. She snarled, a horrifying, animal-like sound, and launched forward with terrifying speed. Adrian barely had time to react. He grabbed a metal stool and swung it with everything he had. The stool connected with C12's shoulder. A sickening crack. She didn't even flinch. She slammed into Adrian, throwing him across the room. He hit a metal cabinet so hard the shelves rattled. Adrian! Mia screamed. He slumped to the floor, gasping, dazed. C12 turned toward Mia again, head twitching, fingers curling like claws. Mia stumbled backward, tears blurring her vision. Caleb watched calmly from the corner, hands folded behind him like he was observing a science demonstration. Fascinating trauma response, he murmured. Notice how she targets the emotional bond first. Shut up, Mia cried. C-12 lunged again. Mia ran. She collided with the file shelves, scattering papers everywhere. She tried to climb over a desk, but her ankle twisted under her, and she fell hard. C-12 was on her in seconds. Mia screamed as the creature grabbed her wrist, squeezing so tightly Mia thought her bones might shatter. "Let go!" Mia sobbed, hitting at the collar, hitting at her arms. Anything. C-12 leaned closer, breath cold on Mia's face. "Mia," she whispered, voice scraping like glass. "Come. Back." Mia felt her body convulse with terror. "I'm not yours," she cried. "Let me go, please." C-12 opened her mouth as if to bite, but Adrian rammed into her from the side, tackling her with every ounce of strength left in his body. They crashed into the shelves, metal buckling. C-12 screamed, a high, distorted sound that seemed to tear the air apart. "Adrian!" Mia crawled toward him. Adrian struggled to hold C-12 down, his arms shaking violently. The tranquilizer still weakened him. Every second was a battle. "Mia, run!" he choked. "No!" Mia screamed, grabbing a fallen metal pipe. She swung it at C-12's collar. Once, twice. The collar sparked, then malfunctioned, the red light flashing erratically. C-12 shrieked and twisted away. Caleb sighed. "Well, that complicates things." Mia turned on him, rage and terror merging into something sharp. "Make it stop!" He simply tilted his head. "Why?" he asked gently. "Fear reveals who you really are." Before Mia could scream at him again, C-12 launched herself off the ground. Adrian grabbed Mia and pulled her behind a metal desk as C-12's body smashed into it with bone-shaking force. The desk toppled over, blocking half the room. Adrian shielded Mia with his body. "Mia, listen," he gasped. "You need to move when I say." She shook her head violently. "I'm not leaving you." "You have to. You're the one she wants." Mia sobbed, gripping his shirt. "I'm not letting her take you away from me." Adrian opened his mouth to respond, but C-12 grabbed the overturned desk and hurled it aside as if it weighed nothing. Her collar sparked again. She screeched and threw herself at them. Adrian pushed Mia backward. "Maya, move!" She stumbled, falling near a file cabinet. Adrian grabbed the metal pipe she dropped and swung as C-12 lunged. C-12 caught the pipe mid-swing, yanked it from Adrian's hands, and threw it across the room. She grabbed him by the throat. Adrian gasped, choking, trying to break free. "No!" Mia screamed, crawling forward. "Stop!" C-12's head jerked toward Mia at the sound of her voice. She released Adrian instantly and reached for Mia instead. Adrian collapsed, coughing violently, vision spinning. Caleb watched, fascinated. "You see?" he murmured. "Even in chaos, she follows the imprint." Mia crawled backward until her back hit the archive wall. No, please, don't." C-12 reached out, then froze. Her whole body shook, her eyes widened, her breath caught, then... She whispered something almost soft. "Emily." Mia's heart stopped. "What?" she whispered. C-12 stared at her. No longer snarling, no longer monstrous, just trembling violently as if something deep inside her was waking. She whispered again, "Emily, your mother." Mia crawled closer without realizing it. You knew her?" she whispered. C-12 nodded. Her lips quivered. "She sang to us." Mia's breath broke. Adrian stared in shock. Caleb's expression darkened. "Enough," he snapped. C-12 flinched. Caleb pressed another button on his remote. The collar sparked violently. Electricity crawling across C-12's skin. She screamed, a raw, agonizing sound, and dropped to her knees. "Stop it!" Mia cried. "You're hurting her!" Caleb didn't even blink. "She's designed to take pain." Adrian staggered to his feet. "You're a monster!" Caleb smiled faintly. "Monsters are merely misunderstood scientists." Mia crawled toward C-12 as the collar continued shocking her. "Stop!" Mia whispered, touching C-12's arm. Please stop. C-12 looked at her through tears, real tears. Mia, she whispered, voice breaking. I remember your mother. More sparks, more screams. Mia, Adrian whispered sharply. Don't, she'll die. We have to stop it. We have to break the collar. Caleb clicked the button again. C-12 convulsed violently. Enough! Mia screamed, suddenly furious. Stop hurting her! Caleb stepped closer. Then come with me. Mia froze. Adrian stepped in front of her immediately. No. Over my dead... Caleb pressed another button. Adrian dropped instantly, body shaking, muscles spasming. Mia screamed. Adrian! Caleb held up the remote casually. His system is still full of tranquilizer. This signal interferes with the neural pathways. It won't kill him, unless I increase the frequency. Mia clutched Adrian, sobbing. Stop, please. Caleb lowered the remote slightly. Come with me, he repeated calmly. Or Adrian dies, and she... He gestured to C-12, who convulsed on the floor. Will burn to death from the collar override. Mia's tears streamed down her cheeks. Adrian shook his head violently. Mia, don't listen to him. Caleb looked at her almost gently. The project lives through you, Mia. It always has. You were created to be more than all of them. More than Emily. More than him. He nudged Adrian with his shoe. More than anyone. Mia sobbed harder. You're lying. You used her. You used all of them. Caleb smiled. And yet you're still alive. Isn't that remarkable? Adrian wheezed. Mia, run! Caleb aimed the remote at Adrian's head. She screamed, Stop! I'll go with you. Just stop! Caleb's smile widened. I knew you'd understand. Mia stood shakily. Tears, terror, defeat. Adrian reached for her weakly. Mia! No. She brushed his cheek with trembling fingers. I can't lose you, she whispered. C-12 lay twitching on the floor. Adrian's body shook. Caleb reached out a hand to Mia. Come, my dear, he said softly. Your mother is waiting. Mia took one step, one fatal step, then stopped. Her tears slowed, her breathing steadied, her expression changed. And with a voice that was no longer trembling, but cold, she whispered, Adrian, close your eyes. Adrian froze. Mia, what? She stepped forward, but not toward Caleb, toward the emergency alarm panel on the wall. And without hesitation, she slammed her fist onto the manual override switch. Caleb's eyes widened. No, MIA, don't! The entire facility shook, and every locked door in the tunnels opened, every subject released, and the underground erupted. For half a second, the underground facility held its breath. Then, all at once, the world exploded around them. Sirens wailed, warning lights blazed. Mechanical locks disengaged with echoing metallic snaps that rippled through the tunnels like a domino of doom. Every reinforced door, every containment unit, every cell holding something broken, angry, or forgotten, swung open. The air vibrated with a collective roar, rage, fear, confusion. A sound that had been trapped for decades and finally tasted freedom. Caleb's face changed instantly. The calm mask cracked, revealing the first flicker of fear he had shown since the beginning. You stupid girl, he hissed. Do you know what you've done? Mia stumbled back from the panel, chest heaving, tears burning her skin, adrenaline drowning her fear. Yes, she whispered. I set them free. A distant scream echoed through the tunnels. Not C-12 this time. Not a guard. Something else. Something that had been locked away much longer. Caleb moved toward Mia with sudden fury. You've condemned this entire facility. You've doomed them all. Adrian, still on the ground, muscles twitching from the remote's electric shock, lifted his head. Mia, he whispered, voice raw. Run. She dropped to her knees beside him immediately. I'm here, she said, grabbing his face with trembling hands. I'm right here. We're getting out. I swear we're getting out. Not if I stop you first, Caleb snapped. He pressed a button on the remote. Nothing happened. He pressed again, and again, nothing. Mia stared at him with a trembling smile. You didn't think I hit the alarm by accident, did you? Adrian blinked through the haze. Mia, what did you do? She held up a small blinking device she had ripped from C-12's collar moments earlier. A tiny wireless interference chip. I broke his control signal. Caleb's eyes blazed with cold rage. You little... A thunderous crash cut him off. All three turned toward the doorway. C-12 stood there, shaking, panting, eyes gleaming with something wild and freed. But she wasn't alone. Behind her, shadows moved. Dozens of shadows, figures stepping out of the dark. Bodies stiff, thin, broken, but alive. Eyes reflecting the flashing emergency lights. Subjects from every generation. Mia grabbed Adrian's arm. Get up, she whispered urgently. Please, Adrian, get up. We don't have time. He forced himself onto his knees, jaw clenched against the pain. Help me, he gasped. She wrapped his arm over her shoulder, lifting him with all her strength. Caleb stepped back, realizing the danger he was now trapped inside. He raised one hand slowly toward the subjects as if addressing animals. Listen to me, he said, voice low and commanding. I built this place. I kept you alive. You will obey me. C-12's head snapped toward him. Her lips peeled back into something between a grimace and a smile. Not anymore. And she lunged. Caleb dodged, but not entirely. Her nails raked across his arm, cutting through his expensive suit. He stumbled backward. The other subjects surged forward, shuffling, staggering, but driven by decades of pain and instinct. Move, Adrian whispered to Mia, pulling her toward the back exit of the archive room. Now. She nodded, tears blurring everything. Behind them, the room erupted into chaos. Subjects lunged at Caleb. Shelves toppled, glass shattered. The remote dropped from Caleb's hand and skidded across the floor. Caleb shouted something, but his voice was swallowed by screams. Mia tried not to look back. But she caught a glimpse of C-12 pinning Caleb against a cabinet, her collar sparking wildly. Mia stumbled. She's going to kill him, she whispered. Adrian coughed roughly, wiping blood from his mouth. Good. They reached the emergency door. Adrian used his weight to push it open, but he was weak, too weak. Mia pushed with him, both gritting their teeth. The door groaned, shifted, opened into another narrow hallway that led deeper into Sector C. Come on, Adrian whispered. We need to get to a service elevator. Mia dragged him forward. Behind them, something heavy slammed into the wall. Then, Caleb's voice cut through the chaos. Maya! She froze. She didn't want to, but she did. Caleb stood in the ruined archive doorway. Bleeding, suit torn, eyes wild. Subjects clawed at him from behind, but he shoved them back with brutal strength. One arm hung limply. Blood stained his sleeve. But his eyes were locked on Mia alone. You don't understand what she is, he roared. You don't understand what you are, Adrian growled. Don't listen. But Caleb's voice sliced through the air like a blade. Your mother wasn't the only one we used, he said. We experimented on others, on dozens. He staggered a step forward. But you, Mia, you are the only true success, the only one who survived everything, the one whose mind adapted instead of breaking. Mia trembled. Caleb continued, shaking with rage. You think opening those doors freed them? A broken laugh. You condemn them. They're unstable, violent, pain echoes through them like static. He pointed at her with a bloodied hand. But you, M2, you were made to control them. Mia's heart stopped. What? Adrian grabbed her shoulders. He's lying. Caleb's eyes burned. She doesn't know. She doesn't remember. Mia's breath shattered. Remember what? Caleb dragged in a painful breath. That your mother passed more than trauma to you. More than memories. More than fear. Mia's skin went cold. Caleb whispered, "She passed the ability." Adrian frowned. "What ability?" Caleb stared straight into Mia's eyes. "You can command them." The hallway shook violently. Another alarm blared. Subjects screamed somewhere far away. Mia whispered, "That's impossible." Caleb took another step. "Is it? Think, Mia. How did C-12 calm when you spoke? Why didn't she rip you apart? Why did she whisper Emily's name?" Mia's throat tightened. Adrian shook his head violently. "Don't believe him. He's manipulating you." Caleb's voice hardened. "Mia, you were designed to lead them." Mia backed away. "No. You were supposed to replace her," Caleb said. "To control the next generation." "I'm not a leader of monsters," she screamed. Caleb's smile twisted. "No, Mia." A pause. A deadly pause. "You're the leader of survivors." Adrian pulled her away from the conversation. "Mia, we have to go." Caleb shouted after them, "If you leave, this place falls. You're the only one who can stop them." Mia froze. The screams in the tunnels grew louder, closer, angrier. C-12's voice echoed faintly. "Mia!" Adrian grabbed her face between his hands. "Listen to me," he whispered fiercely. "You are not what he made you. You are not what they wanted you to be. You are Mia. You choose who you are." Her tears spilled over. "But if I don't stop them, if they hurt more people, if they kill Emily, then we'll fight our way back to her," he said, voice trembling but certain. "Together." She sobbed, then nodded. Adrian took her hand. "Now run." She did, and the two of them fled deeper into the tunnels as the underground exploded into madness. The tunnels shook as if something ancient beneath Hawthorne Ridge had finally woken up. Screams echoed through the corridors, some human, some absolutely not. Shadows flickered across the concrete walls. Emergency lights strobed red and white, distorting everything into a nightmare slideshow. Adrian and Mia ran, limping, bruised, breathless, through a passage that felt too narrow for the terror chasing them. Behind them, alarms wailed. "Containment failure. Sector C. Evacuate immediately. Subjects uncontrolled." Adrian tightened his grip around Mia's hand. "We need distance," he gasped. "If they corner us—" "We won't let them," Mia panted. But the screams behind them were getting louder. Adrian stumbled, his legs still weak from the tranquilizer. Mia grabbed him before he fell. "Adrian, stay with me." "I'm trying." His face was pale, sweat dripped from his forehead. They rounded a corner. Ahead, a long hallway lined with thick glass chambers, some empty, some filled with overturned beds and broken restraints. Mia froze mid-step. Her chest tightened with a new kind of dread. "Adrian," she whispered, "this is Section C overflow." He looked at her shakily. "What does that mean?" She swallowed hard. "This is where they kept the ones who didn't react well to treatment." Adrian's jaw clenched. "Define didn't react well." Mia's eyes filled with tears. "The ones who went insane." As if on cue, something slammed against one of the glass walls, hard enough to crack it. Adrian flinched. A thin hand smeared across the glass, leaving streaks of blood. A distorted face pressed close, eyes rolled back, mouth hanging open, teeth broken. Adrian muttered, "Oh, hell no." Another chamber rattled violently, then another. Mia backed up into Adrian. "They're waking up. They're responding to the alarms. And maybe," Adrian said, "they're responding to you." She shook her head desperately. "No!" No, don't say that, I'm not... A scream tore through the hallway, not from behind, from ahead. A subject stumbled out of an open containment cell. Emaciated, trembling, eyes unfocused, a metal chain dragging behind him. He sniffed the air, then his head slowly turned toward Mia. M2, his voice cracked. Is it... you? Mia's blood went cold. Adrian, she whispered, he knows me. Adrian stepped in front of her. You're not touching her. The subject shivered, then fell to his knees. She's here. She's finally here, the one they made, the one who survived. Mia staggered backward. No, no, no. The subject reached toward her, tears streaming down his filthy face. You can save us, Adrian whispered. Mia, let's keep moving. She couldn't move. Her legs wouldn't obey because 3 more subjects stepped out of the shadows, then 5, then 7, all trembling, all unstable, all staring at her as if she was a god or a ghost. M2. Little Echo. Emily's child. Their voices layered into a broken chorus. Adrian grabbed her hand. Mia, look at me. She did, with tears burning her eyes. You are not their leader, he whispered. You owe them nothing. She nodded shakily, but the subjects kept coming, limping, dragging chains, twitching, surrounding them slowly, too slowly, like they were afraid of her. Adrian lifted a metal pole from the floor, holding it defensively. Stay back, he warned. The subjects flinched, not from fear of Adrian, but from hurting Mia. One stepped forward, hand out. Please, help us, like she tried to... Like who? Mia whispered. The subject trembled. Emily. Mia's heart broke. Another subject sobbed into his hands. She sang to us. She said her daughter would fix everything one day. Adrian's eyes softened only for a moment. Mia, your mother kept them alive. Mia covered her mouth, crying. She tried to protect them. But you, another subject rasped. You were made, perfect, stronger than her. Mia stepped back. No, don't say that. I don't want to replace her. You didn't, the first subject whispered. She protected you. She kept hope. She fought so you wouldn't become one of us. Their voices wrapped around Mia. Pain, begging, desperation older than she was. But then, a new scream tore through the hall. Deeper, wilder. C-12. She charged into the chamber from the far end, slamming her body into the walls, knocking subjects aside, eyes locked on Mia like a predator scenting prey. Adrian pulled Mia tight against him. Oh God, he whispered. She's completely unstable now. C-12 sprinted toward them. The subjects scattered in terror. M2, she cried, voice ripping into a shriek. Maya! Mia screamed. Adrian shoved her behind a metal gurney and grabbed the fallen pipe again. C-12 leapt. He swung. The pipe smashed into her ribs. She howled and crashed into a chamber wall, cracking the glass. But she didn't fall. She turned her head slowly and unnaturally, bones cracking, then lunged again. Adrian barely avoided her. She clawed at the floor, pivoting like a feral animal. Mia sobbed, reaching toward them. Stop! Please, stop! C-12 froze, arms jittering, chest heaving, eyes locked on Mia. A silence fell, long, terrifying. Then, in a broken whisper, Mia, run! And C-12 collapsed to her knees, body shaking violently. Adrian blinked. Is she trying to protect you? Before Mia could answer, dozens of heavy boots thundered from the tunnel ahead. Guards, heavily armed, led by a furious, bleeding, half-hysterical Sheriff Miles Rowan. His voice boomed, "Contain the subjects! Shoot anything that moves!" Adrian pulled Mia behind him. Mia, stay behind cover, they're armed. But Mia wasn't looking at the guards. She was staring at C-12, who turned her shaking head toward Mia one last time. and whispered, "Don't. Let him take you." Then Rowan lifted his weapon. "Target acquired!" Mia screamed. "No, don't shoot her!" Rowan fired. The bullet hit C-12 in the chest. She collapsed instantly, silent, still. Mia's scream tore the hallway apart. "No!" Adrian caught her before she fell. The subjects wailed. The guards opened fire on them. The tunnel erupted into chaos. Smoke, gunfire, screams, blood. Sheriff Rowan pointed his weapon at Mia next, eyes burning with hatred. "There she is, Subject M2, take the girl." Adrian stepped in front of her. "Over my dead body," Rowan smiled coldly. "That can be arranged." And then the entire hallway shook as something enormous slammed against the steel door behind him. The door bent, dented, bulged, and from the other side a woman's voice cried out, "Maie!" Mia's heart stopped. It was Emily. The mother's rage, a bloodline reborn. The steel door behind Sheriff Rowan bulged a second time, this time harder. The entire hallway trembled. Even the guards froze. Mia clutched Adrian's shirt, her breath stopping entirely. "Adrian," she whispered. That voice. That was her. That was Emily, Adrian finished, voice trembling. A third impact slammed the steel. The dent deepened. Bolts rattled loose, glass shattered from nearby cells. The subjects, what few had survived the gunfire, fell to their knees, covering their ears, crying with recognition, with fear, with reverence. Sheriff Rowan's eyes widened. "No," he whispered, stepping back. "She can't still be active. She shouldn't even be—" Another impact cut him off. A scream ripped through the door. Not weak, not broken, but furious. Unhinged, filled with 20 years of pain and defiance. "Mia!" Mia's heart broke open. She took a step forward, but Adrian grabbed her wrist. "Mia, no! Don't go near that door. She's not stable. She's been tortured for years." "I don't care," Mia sobbed. "She's my mother." Before Adrian could argue, boom! The steel door exploded off its hinges, flinging guards like rag dolls. Dust and smoke swallowed the hallway. Sheriff Rowan raised his weapon. "Fire! Fire now!" But his order came too late. Through the smoke, a thin figure stepped into the hallway. Emily, alive, barely, but alive. Her hair hung in tangled ropes, her face sunken, pale, streaked with blood and dirt. Her hospital gown shredded, her wrists scarred from restraints, her eyes, wild, unfocused, burning with a ferocity that didn't look human anymore. The decades in the dark had molded her into something between survivor and nightmare. But when she saw Mia, everything inside her shifted. Her breathing stopped, her eyes widened, her knees trembled. Mia," she whispered. Her voice cracked, fragile and broken, yet unmistakably full of love. Mia surged forward, but Adrian yanked her back. "Mia, wait!" Emily's eyes flicked to Adrian. Recognition sparked. Pain exploded across her face. "Adrian," her voice was barely sound. "Little brother." Adrian froze. He hadn't heard her voice since he was a child. Tears filled his eyes instantly. "Emily," he whispered. But Sheriff Rowan stepped between them. "Restrain her! Now!" Emily's head snapped toward him, her expression twisted, pain turning to rage. "You," she whispered. "You took my life." Rowan didn't hesitate. He fired. Emily jerked, but didn't fall. She looked down at her shoulder where the bullet tore cloth and flesh. Then she looked up slowly and smiled. A broken, terrifying smile. Rowan paled. What are you?" Emily launched herself at him. She moved like something starved and unstoppable. Silent, deadly, precise. The bullet wound barely slowed her. She slammed Rowan into the wall so hard the concrete cracked. He dropped his gun. Emily screamed into his face, a sound that seemed to rip the hallway apart. "You took my child!" Rowan choked, struggling against her grip. Guards aimed their weapons. "Don't shoot!" one yelled. "You'll hit him!" Emily didn't care. "You took everything!" She headbutted Rowan. Blood spilled down his face. Mia cried out, "Mom, stop, please!" Emily froze at the sound of Mia's voice. Her grip loosened. Her wild eyes softened, just for a moment. "Mia," she whispered, breath shaking. "Baby, I found you." Rowan collapsed to the floor, gasping. Emily staggered toward Mia. Her hands trembled, her legs shook, her entire body was a map of suffering. But she reached out. "Let me see you." Mia took a step. Adrian caught her arm again. "Mia, she's unstable. Look at her collar. If she gets too close..." Mia looked. Emily's collar light flashed rapidly, awakened by rage, confusion, trauma. If it overloaded, it could kill her instantly. "I don't care," Mia whispered. She took another step, but Emily suddenly dropped to her knees, clutching her head, screaming. Her collar's red light blinked faster, faster, dangerously fast. "No, no, no!" Mia cried, kneeling beside her. Adrian pulled at Mia's shoulders. "Mia, get back! She's going to shock!" Mia pressed her hands over Emily's collar, trying to hold it. "No, no, don't hurt her, don't..." Emily convulsed violently, the shock beginning. "Maya, run!" Emily screamed. "They won't stop. They'll take you. Run!" "I'm not leaving you," Mia sobbed. "I just found you." Adrian knelt on Emily's other side, hands shaking as he tried to pry open the collar latch. "Hold still, Emily, hold still. I can get it." Emily's hand shot up, gripping Adrian's wrist with surprising strength. Her eyes locked onto his. "Adrian." Her voice was a whisper of love and apology. "I'm sorry." Adrian froze. "Emily, what..." Before he could finish, Emily shoved him backward with a strength that wasn't human. He fell hard, hitting the floor. The guards recovered their weapons. "Take the shot, now!" "No!" Mia screamed. But it all happened too fast. Emily rose to her feet, collar sparking and screaming electricity. Her hair lifted. Her body shook violently. She planted herself between Mia and the guards, forming a shield, a mother's final act of protection. She screamed, "You will not touch her!" The guards fired. Bullets tore through Emily's chest. Her body jerked with each impact. Her scream turned into a sob, and she fell. Mia caught her before she hit the ground. "No, Mom, no, 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 please, please!" Emily's trembling hand lifted one last time, touching Mia's cheek. Her voice was almost gone. "My baby, my Mia, I'm so proud of you." Mia couldn't breathe. Her world shattered. "Mom, don't go, please. I just found you, please." Emily whispered something so soft Mia barely heard it. "Live." Then her hand fell, and her eyes, still locked on Mia, went still. Mia let out a scream that tore the air apart. A scream full of 20 years of stolen love, 20 years of pain, 20 years of loss. Adrian crawled to her, pulling both of them close as guards reloaded. Rowan wiped blood from his mouth and spat. "Take the girl. Kill the rest." Mia lifted her head slowly, her face soaked in tears, her eyes empty of everything except one thing. Rage. The tunnel lights flickered. Every subject still alive turned their heads toward her. Every broken body answered the call in her breathing. Adrian felt the shift in the air. A pressure, a pull like gravity bending around Mia. "Mia," he whispered, terrified. Mia stood, tears dripping from her chin. Her voice broke. "You killed my mother." Her eyes lifted, dark, deep, glowing with something new. "And now," she stepped forward, "I'll show you what you created." Something inside Mia broke when Emily's body went still in her arms. Not her mind, not her sanity, something deeper, something older, something she never knew she carried, and but had always been waiting for the moment she would shatter. The air around her vibrated. The fluorescent lights above them flickered into darkness, then burned hot white again. Static rolled through the hallway like a living creature. Every surviving subject, bleeding, limping, twitching, terrified, turned their heads toward Mia at the exact same time, as if pulled by a string, as if commanded. Adrian, still kneeling beside Emily's body, felt the shift instantly. "Mia," he whispered, fear crawling beneath his skin, but she didn't hear him. She laid her mother gently on the floor, hands shaking. Then she rose, slowly, silently, as if lifted by something invisible. Her tears still streamed. Her grief still burned like fire inside her. But her eyes, when she looked up, were different. Sheriff Rowan noticed it first. What's wrong with her eyes?" he muttered. Mia took a step forward. Every subject mirrored her step perfectly. Another step. They moved again, in sync, united. Adrian swallowed hard. They weren't following her. They were obeying her. "M2, one of them whispered with reverence. "Awakened." Another dropped to his knees, sobbing. "She's here. She's really here." C12's lifeless body lay nearby, but even she seemed to have died waiting for this moment. Sheriff Rowan raised his rifle with shaking hands. "Stay back! Stay back!" But Mia only tilted her head slightly, and every subject took one synchronized step toward him. Rowan panicked. "Fire, goddammit!" The guards opened fire. Bullets tore through subjects, ripping flesh, shattering bones, but they didn't fall. They didn't break formation. They didn't stop. They moved like puppets dragged forward by Mia's grief. Rowan backed against the concrete wall, eyes wide. "What are you?" he shouted. Mia's voice broke, still thick with tears. "I'm the daughter of the woman you tortured." The lights above them buzzed, the walls vibrated. The smell of ozone filled the hallway. And the last thing Emily saw... She stepped closer. "Was you killing her?" Subjects growled low, animalistic, ready to tear Rowan apart. Adrian staggered to his feet, horror twisting his expression. "Mia, please, don't do this." She didn't turn to him. She didn't blink. She simply stood there, shoulders trembling, staring at the man who murdered her mother. Sheriff Rowan aimed his rifle at her heart. "One more step and I'll drop you." But his voice cracked. His finger shook on the trigger. Mia's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "You already did." Rowan fired. The bullet streaked through the air, but it never reached her. A subject, a thin woman with a shaved head, threw herself between Mia and the bullet, taking the hit in her chest. She collapsed. Mia blinked slowly, staring at the woman who died protecting her. Adrian's heart hammered painfully. "Mia, they'll die for you. They'll kill for you. You can't let this happen." "Let it?" Mia's voice cracked open with grief and fury. "They killed my mother." Another set of gunshots tore the air. Another subject fell. Yet another shielded Mia with their own body, acting on instinct they couldn't understand. Adrian grabbed her shoulders, voice breaking. "Maya, listen to me. This isn't what Emily wanted." Her eyes snapped to him. For a moment, just a moment, she looked like the Mia he knew. Heartbroken, lost. A child robbed of her mother twice. Then Sheriff Rowan made a fatal mistake. He spat on Emily's blood-stained gown. "She was just a subject," he said coldly. "A lab rat." Everything in Mia's mind went silent. Then something inside her screamed, not in her throat, not in her head, in the space between madness and power. Lights exploded, subjects roared, the air itself shook like a living thing. Mia whispered, "Kill him." The subjects surged forward. Adrian grabbed her face, forcing her to look at him. "Mia, no, stop! You're not a weapon!" Her Her breath hitched. Tears poured down her face again, but the subjects were already moving, sprinting toward Rowan in a tidal wave of vengeance. Rowan fired wildly, screaming. Bullets tore through bodies, people fell, others climbed over them like insects. They reached him. Rowan's scream echoed through the entire sector. It was violent, it was brutal. It was everything Mia never asked for, and everything her mother had feared. When it ended, Rowan's gun clattered to the floor. Silence settled, thick, heavy, shaking with leftover rage. Adrian trembled as he held Mia's arms. "Mia," he whispered. "What have you done?" She fell to her knees in front of him, sobbing. "I didn't want to. I didn't mean to. I couldn't stop them." Adrian pulled her to his chest, holding her tightly. "They followed your command," he said quietly. "You have influence over them. Control." "No," Mia cried. "I don't want that. I don't want any of it." Adrian stroked her hair, steadying her shaking body. "I know," he whispered, "and that's why you're not like them." The surviving subjects stood in a confused cluster, staring at Mia, waiting, trembling, alive only because she let them be. Mia pulled back from Adrian slowly. Her voice trembled as she looked around. "What do I do with them?" Adrian exhaled. "We help them escape," he whispered. "Then we destroy this place." Mia wiped her tears with a shaking hand. "And Caleb?" Adrian's jaw tightened. "He's still inside, and he's not done." Mia stood, weak but determined. "Neither am I." A deep, echoing rumble shook the floor beneath them. Ventilation shafts screamed. Concrete dust rained from the ceiling. A new alarm blared. "Structural collapse initiated. Sector D failure." Adrian looked down the hallway. "Mia, the facility is falling apart." She nodded. "Then we end this before it buries us alive." As the subjects formed behind her, no longer monsters, no longer victims, but an army of broken souls, Mia took one final look at her mother's body. Her voice cracked as she whispered, "I'll make this right." And then she walked forward into the shaking tunnels, toward Caleb, toward revenge, toward whatever destiny Emily died trying to protect her from. Now, the tunnels didn't just shake now, they groaned, as if the entire underground compound had woken up angry. Pipes burst overhead. Sparks rained from broken lights. A deep vibration rolled beneath their feet like an earthquake trapped inside the earth. Adrian pulled Mia against him to steady her. She looked small, shaking, drenched in tears and blood. But behind her shattered expression burned something fierce. Not power, not rage, determination. She wiped her face roughly. "We're going after him," she whispered. Adrian swallowed. "Mia, we need a plan." She shook her head. "No time. Caleb is the only one who can still trigger the final lockdown. If he seals Sector D..." Her voice cracked. "We'll never get out. And none of them will either." She turned toward the subjects huddled behind her, wounded, terrified, yet somehow still looking at her like she was the last piece of stable ground in their collapsing world. Mia felt the pull again, that strange, awful weight between her ribs, the connection she never asked for. She whispered, "You're not weapons. You're not experiments. You're survivors. Follow me if you want to escape, if you want to be free." A thin subject with bandaged eyes stepped forward. "You freed us," he rasped. "We follow." Another, shaking, bleeding, nodded. "For Emily," she whispered. Adrian's throat tightened. They weren't an army. They were the remnants of a nightmare, but they would follow her anywhere, even into hell. Mia turned back to Adrian. "We need to get to the Central Control Core," she said. "And we need to do it before Caleb reroutes the system." Adrian nodded. I'll get you there. She grabbed his hand. You can barely stand. He squeezed back. Then I'll crawl. Something in her chest softened. For a moment, just one, she leaned her forehead against his, breathing in the one person left who made her feel human. Then, a deep metallic bang echoed from somewhere behind them. Adrian flinched. What was that? A subject answered, voice trembling. The walls, collapsing. Sector D's load-bearing columns were damaged long ago. They can't handle the chain reaction. Mia inhaled shakily. Then let's move. Now. They started running, Mia and Adrian in front, the surviving subjects moving behind them like silent shadows learning how to walk again. The hallway led into a wider corridor, one lined with old medical stations, shattered observation windows, rusted equipment overturned from the quakes. Adrian kept glancing at Mia. You holding up? She nodded tightly. I don't have a choice. And she didn't. Her legs felt numb, her throat raw from screaming, her heart torn open by the image of Emily dying in her arms. But grief had become fuel now. Burning, painful, unstoppable. Every step she took was one her mother couldn't. A steel panel tore loose from the ceiling above them. Adrian yanked Mia back just in time as it crashed onto the floor, sparking violently. Careful, he gasped. She nodded and pushed forward again. They reached a junction, 3 tunnels, left flooded with smoke, right collapsed entirely. Center, flickering lights, heavy dust, and a faint echo of voices. Mia pointed to the center tunnel. That one, that's where Caleb's going. Adrian frowned. How do you know? She didn't answer. She didn't want to admit what her gut now understood. Caleb's mind was familiar to her. Echoes of his methodology lived in the same twisted blueprint that created her. She felt him the same way she felt the subjects. A pull, a presence, a direction. She whispered, He always runs toward the place with the most control. And she turned into the center tunnel. They hadn't gone more than 20 feet when a motion sensor flickered to life overhead. A voice boomed through the speakers, smooth, calm, poisonous. Mia. She froze. Caleb. His voice seemed to seep into the walls. You made it out of the lower levels. Impressive. I expected you to break. Adrian pulled Mia behind a fallen cabinet instinctively, but she stepped back into the open. I'm not scared of you, she said. Her voice shook, but it didn't falter. Caleb chuckled softly. Oh, Mia, why would you be? I gave you everything you are. You're my masterpiece. Adrian spat on the floor. You're delusional. Caleb ignored him completely. You've lost Emily, he said, voice dripping with calculated pity. That must sting, but don't worry. Your mother lived long enough to serve her purpose. Mia snapped. Don't say her name. Caleb's voice sharpened. Then stop acting like a child and come to me. Adrian stepped between Mia and the speaker. No one's coming to you. Oh, Adrian, Caleb sighed. You're still here? I'd hoped you'd have bled out by now. Mia grabbed Adrian's shirt, keeping him steady. He was swaying again. Caleb continued. You're standing at a crossroads, Mia. You know the collapse is coming. This entire compound will bury itself. But I can stop it, only me. Mia's voice turned ice. No. You want the truth? Caleb asked. Your mother begged me to save you. Mia's breath hitched. That's a lie. Is it? Caleb whispered. She said if she cooperated one last time, I should spare you. That you weren't ready, that you couldn't handle what you truly are. Mia covered her mouth with trembling fingers. Adrian whispered, Don't listen, don't you dare listen. But Caleb wasn't done. Mia, I know you feel it, the connection, the power, the way they bend to your grief. You could rebuild this place, you could control them, save them, or rule them. Mia shook her head violently. No! Then come face me, Caleb said. Alone, just you and I. Adrian stepped forward. She's not going anywhere alone. A pause. Then Caleb's voice dropped to a whisper. Then we all die. A deep rumble shook the ground. Concrete dust fell from the ceiling. Caleb spoke again. No more time, choose. The speakers crackled and went silent. Mia stared down the tunnel. Her entire body trembled. Adrian lifted her chin. You don't go alone. I'm with you. She whispered, broken. I don't know if I can do this. You don't have to. He brushed her cheek gently. You're not your mother. You're not Caleb. You're not what they made you. He took her hand. You're Mia. And we're ending this together. Behind them, the surviving subjects began to hum. A strange, soft, mournful sound, like a funeral song echoing through the tunnels. Mia nodded. Tears fell again, but her eyes hardened. Then let's finish it. And with Adrian at her side and the broken army behind her, Mia stepped into the center tunnel, toward Caleb, toward the truth, toward the end. The last descent, end of the experiment. The deeper Mia moved into the final tunnel, the more the air seemed to thicken around her, heavy, metallic, suffocating. Like the world was holding its breath. The lights overhead flickered in long, dying pulses. Wires sparked along the walls. The rumbling beneath their feet grew louder, shaking loose dust and fragments of concrete that fell like ash onto their shoulders. Adrian stayed close beside her, his arm brushing hers with every step, steady, warm, and weakening. She noticed. Adrian, she whispered, you're fading. We need to slow down. He shook his head. We slow down, the whole place buries us. His voice was strained, his breathing shallow, but he kept moving. Behind them, the surviving subjects followed silently. A ghostly procession, still trembling, still injured, but kept upright by one thing, Mia. Every step she took, they mirrored. Every breath she drew, they matched. Adrian quietly whispered to her, they're waiting for you to give them purpose. Mia didn't answer. She didn't want purpose. She wanted her mother's voice again, her laugh, her warmth. But Emily's body was cold now. Forever cold, because of Caleb. And the only thing keeping Mia from collapsing under the weight of it was the image of him standing at the center of all this suffering, waiting, expecting victory, expecting her. She kept walking. The tunnel finally opened into a massive control chamber. Circular domed ceiling, walls covered in cracked monitors showing red warnings and corrupted data. Thick cables snaked across the floor like dead veins. In the center stood a single raised platform. And Caleb Rowan, alone. He didn't look like the calm, collected commander from earlier. His suit was torn, his face bloodied, his collar askew. One arm hung useless at his side, but his eyes burned with triumph. He smiled when Mia entered, as if the destruction around them meant nothing. Mia, he said softly, you came. Adrian stepped forward instantly. Mia's not here for you. Caleb raised his good hand, shutting him down with one precise gesture. Ah, Adrian, still alive, how irritating. Adrian clenched his fists. Mia pulled his arm gently, grounding him. Don't, she whispered. He wants you angry. Caleb nodded appreciatively. She's right, Adrian. Violence is a distraction. Your emotions are primitive, predictable, but Mia... He stepped closer, limping slightly. She's destiny. The subjects behind Mia bristled, shifting, trembling, a silent wave of agitation. Caleb noticed. Your influence grows, he said approvingly. Good. That means the imprint is stable. Mia's voice cracked. I never asked for this. Of course not. Children never asked to be born exceptional. He motioned to the giant control console behind him. Do you know what this room does, Mia? Adrian stepped forward, gritting through pain. Don't answer him. Caleb ignored Adrian completely. Mia, he said, pointing to the console. This is the neural core, the heart of the Hawthorne project. It controls the subjects, controls the facility, controls the power grids beneath the entire county. He leaned in, lowering his voice. And it responds to you. Mia's chest tightened. No, she whispered. I won't be your replacement. Caleb's expression hardened ever so slightly. This isn't about replacing Emily. Emily was a stepping stone. She was imperfect, fragile, too emotional. He gestured at Mia, broadly, reverently. You are the culmination. Adrian barked a bitter laugh. You tortured her mother for decades and call yourself a visionary? You're nothing but a coward with a lab coat. Caleb's jaw twitched, but his stare never left Mia. It's time to choose, he said calmly. You can stop the collapse. Save everyone in this facility, lead them, become what we designed you to be. Mia swallowed. And if I refuse? Caleb nodded gently, almost lovingly. Then everything ends. The facility collapses, the subjects die, you die. He paused. And your mother's sacrifice will have been for nothing. Mia felt like her ribs were caving inward. Adrian grabbed her hand. Don't listen. He's manipulating you, that's all he's ever done. Caleb took one step closer, limping, bleeding, but radiating dangerous certainty. You felt it, didn't you? He whispered. When the subjects obeyed your grief, when your voice pulled them like gravity, when you told them to kill Rowan. Mia flinched. Adrian squeezed her hand harder. Mia, what you did was grief, trauma, not power. Caleb smiled. Oh, it was power, incredible power. Even Emily never had that. Mia's eyes filled with tears. Don't talk about her. Caleb gestured to the subjects. Look at them. They stood behind her, trembling, watching her like frightened children. They have no life without you, Caleb continued. No mind, no will, no freedom. Their bodies respond to your voice. Their hearts respond to your suffering. Without you, they are lost. Mia shook her head violently. No, they are not my responsibility. They're people. They deserve their own lives. Caleb's smile vanished completely. They will never have their own lives. They are broken, incomplete. They were engineered to imprint without a leader, and they collapse. A subject, barely standing, whispered behind Mia. M2, don't leave us. Mia covered her mouth, devastated. Adrian turned to the subjects, rage boiling in his veins. She doesn't control you, he said fiercely. You choose what you are, not her, not him. Caleb stepped closer to Mia, lowering his voice as the facility groaned overhead. Your mother fought until her last breath to protect you from this truth. Mia's tears fell silently. Caleb whispered, But she failed, Mia snapped. Don't say her name again. A shockwave tore through the chamber, a burst of energy so raw it cracked the nearest screen. The subjects fell to their knees instantly, screaming, not in pain, in recognition. Caleb's eyes gleamed. There it is, he whispered. Your true nature. Adrian stepped in front of Mia, finally losing his patience. You want her? He roared. You'll go through me. Caleb didn't even blink. You are irrelevant. He raised a small device, another remote, its single button glowing red. Adrian froze. Caleb spoke softly. You've brought her right where I need her. Mia whispered, No. Caleb, what did you... He pressed the button. The neural core beneath the platform flickered alive, and Mia felt a surge of something unnatural grip her spine, pull her mind, drag her toward the console like a hook buried deep inside her brain. She gasped and collapsed to her knees, Mia hit the ground so hard the impact rattled her teeth. Her vision fractured, colors smearing, shadows stretching, the world splitting into shards of white static. A violent surge pulsed through her skull, like electricity, like drowning, like someone digging fingers into her mind and pulling. Maya! Adrian dropped beside her instantly, hands shaking as he lifted her shoulders. Mia, look at me. Stay with me. What's happening? She couldn't respond. She couldn't breathe. The pull intensified, not physical, not even emotional, but neurological. Like her entire brain was being rewired against her will. And she knew that Caleb had just activated whatever programming the Hawthorne Project had buried inside her since birth. Her mother had tried to protect her from this moment. But the moment came anyway. Caleb stepped forward, triumphant. Beautiful, isn't it? He whispered, admiring the way Mia's body trembled. The imprint sinking to the neural core, the child becoming what she was always meant to be. Adrian lunged at him, but the subject surged forward, blocking him, not by choice, not by will. They were reacting to her. Mia's pain, Mia's fear, Mia's activation. Adrian roared, trying to shove past them. Move! Let me get to her! A subject grabbed his arm, sobbing. We can't. When M2 is sinking, we can't move without hurting her. Adrian staggered. He looked at Mia, her body twisting, her hands clawing the floor, her breath choking, her pupils expanding. She was being overridden. No! Adrian screamed. Mia, fight it, fight it! But she couldn't even lift her head. Caleb crouched beside her, careful to stay out of Adrian's reach. Mia, he said softly, as long as you resist, it will hurt. Her fingers curled into fists. Her voice cracked. Stop, please. You were built for this, Caleb murmured. Emily tried to deny your nature. She tried to run from it, but you... He touched her cheek lightly. You can embrace it. Mia flinched like his touch burned. Adrian surged again, fighting against the subjects holding him back. Get away from her, get away! Caleb smiled calmly. You've played your part, Adrian, but this is beyond you. He stood and walked slowly toward the control platform. Adrian's stomach dropped. No, yeah, Caleb, don't touch that. Caleb placed his hand on the central console. The entire room vibrated. Lines of code streamed across the monitors, red, white, glitching symbols forming patterns that seemed to claw at reality itself. Caleb whispered, Awaken. A blast of white light erupted from the central core. Mia screamed, not out of fear, out of agony. Agony so deep it sounded like a dying animal. Adrian broke. Maya! He forced himself forward, shoving subjects aside despite their cries of pain. He didn't care. Nothing mattered except reaching her. But a more powerful wave of psychic pressure slammed into him, knocking him to the ground, not from Caleb, from Mia. Her hands lifted off the floor as if pulled by invisible strings. Her head snapped back, her spine arched. Her hair floated like she was underwater. Her voice came out wrong, layered, echoing, almost metallic. Stop, please, stop! The screens flashed with new text. Imprint neural sync, 78%. Imprint neural sync, 84%. Warning subject M2 neural load exceeding limits. Adrian clawed his way toward her. Mia, look at me, don't let him take you. She choked out a breath. Adrian. Her tears floated upward, not downward, drawn to the energy around her. Caleb turned toward Adrian. She's sinking to every subject in the facility, he announced proudly. She will become the central node. She will command them all. Her mother's dream completed. Adrian roared. Her mother wanted her free! Caleb barked a bitter laugh. Emily was delusional. She begged me to save her daughter from the truth. He leaned closer to the console. But the truth wins. Adrian pushed himself up. but the psychic pressure intensified, slamming him back against the floor. He gasped. His body refused to move. The subjects cried out, some collapsing, others clutching their heads, as Mia's mind pulled harder, sinking against her will. The monitors flashed again. Imprint neural sync. 93% neural core locking in subject M2. Primary command node. Mia screamed until her voice broke. "No, please, stop, I don't want this." The lights shattered above her. Adrian forced himself up again, bleeding, shaking. "Caleb," he shouted, "if you finish the sync, it'll kill her." Caleb paused, then smiled. "No. It will kill what she used to be and leave behind what she was meant to become." Mia sobbed. Adrian crawled forward, every inch like moving through fire. Mia, listen to me. Please stay with me. Don't let him take you. Don't let him define you." She turned her head slowly toward him, eyes glowing faintly. Not like a monster, but like someone drowning. "Adrian," she whispered. "It hurts." He reached out, tears hitting the floor. "I know," he whispered, voice breaking. "But I'm here. You're not alone. Don't give up on me." Caleb sighed. How touching. He pressed a final command on the console, and the entire room ignited in white energy. Imprint neural sync. 100% lock-in complete. Mia's body stopped trembling. Her limbs went still. Her breathing steadied. Her glowing eyes dimmed slowly and closed. Adrian froze. Mia. Her body hovered in the air for one last heartbeat, then collapsed. Silent, motionless, lifeless. Adrian screamed, "Mia!" He tore himself forward, sliding across the floor, gathering her limp body into his arms. "Mia, no, please, please don't do this. Stay with me, Mia." But she didn't move. Caleb stepped back from the console, exhaling shakily, gaze fixed on the monitors. "It's done," he whispered. "The imprint is sealed." Adrian lowered his forehead to Mia's, sobbing into her hair. "No, no, no, no." Then, a soft sound, a breath, barely there. Adrian froze. "Mia!" Her fingers twitched. Caleb's smile vanished. The monitors flickered violently. Warnings flashing. Numbers glitching. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Mia's eyes opened. Not glowing, not blank. Full of something Caleb never anticipated. Rage, awareness, and a terrifying clarity. She whispered, "You shouldn't have touched me." The neural core sparked, once, twice, then exploded. And the explosion hit like a tidal wave of white fire. Light tore through the chamber, blinding, roaring, swallowing everything. Control panels burst, glass vaporized. The floor heaved upward like the earth itself was rejecting the experiment. Adrian threw his arms around Mia's body as the blast hurled them backward. The air was ripped from his lungs. A wall cracked behind him. Concrete rained down. The tunnel screamed as metal twisted and split. But through the smoke, through the blinding white glare, Mia stood. Not floating, not controlled, standing. Her hair whipped around her from the residual energy. Her eyes were clear, burning with grief, fury, and something frighteningly human. She breathed once. Just once. And the entire chamber seemed to follow that breath. Adrian staggered to his feet, shaking. "Mia!" She didn't look at him. Her eyes were locked on Caleb. The explosion had knocked him to the far side of the platform. His arm hung twisted, his coat burned away in patches. He coughed blood, blinking through shards of glass embedded in his cheek. But he was alive. Barely. He looked up at Mia with disbelief, then dawning horror. "That wasn't possible," he rasped. "The sync should have overwritten, should have controlled, should have..." Mia stepped forward slowly. Every subject behind her straightened, some bleeding, some limping, some barely alive. But all of them moved like a single living shadow. Silent, obedient, not because she controlled them, but because she led them. The air trembled as she approached Caleb. "You tried to rewrite me," Mia said softly. "You tried to make me a machine, a weapon, a replacement." She stopped 2 feet from him. "And you killed my mother." Caleb tried to crawl backward, but his injured body betrayed him. Mia, listen to me." "No." Her voice cracked like breaking bone. "You listen." The walls shuddered again. Dust rained down in a slow gray snowfall. The entire facility was minutes from collapse. Adrian stood behind Mia, unsure whether to pull her back or let her finish what needed finishing. "Mia," he whispered, but she didn't take her eyes off Caleb. "You think you created me," she said, "but my mother gave me everything I am. Not you, not Hawthorne, not your cruelty." Caleb spit blood, shaking his head violently. "You don't understand. You're not stable. Your abilities, your imprint." "My abilities belong to me," Mia said. Caleb's voice cracked in panic. "If you kill me, you kill the only one who can shut the cascade down. This whole lab will collapse. Everyone will die." Mia's expression didn't even flinch. "Good." Caleb froze. Adrian stepped forward, alarmed. "Mia, wait! If this place collapses, we die too!" She turned slightly toward him, just enough to meet his eyes. And in that moment, Adrian saw the truth. She didn't care if she lived. Her mother was dead. Her childhood stolen, her life twisted into experiments and lies. Part of her wanted the earth to swallow everything. Part of her wanted an ending. But Adrian stepped closer, voice trembling but firm. "Mia, if you die, then your mother really does lose. Everything she fought for, everything she protected, all of it dies with you." Her breath hitched. He softened his voice. "Emily didn't die so Hawthorne could win. She died so you could survive. Please, don't throw that away." Mia closed her eyes. 1 second, 2, 3. Her tears fell silently. Then she turned back to Caleb. Her voice softened, not from forgiveness, but finality. "I'm not here to kill you," she whispered. "I'm here to end the project." Caleb blinked. "What?" "You built this place," Mia said. "Now you will shut it down." Caleb shook his head, trembling. I can't." Mia's eyes flashed. The subjects around her took a step forward. In perfect unison. Caleb's breath caught. "Mia, please." "You have one choice," she said, voice hollow and shaking. "Shut it down, or be buried with it." Caleb hesitated, then crawled toward the emergency override console, dragging his broken leg behind him. Adrian watched, heart hammering. "Mia, if he stalls..." "He won't," she said without looking. There was something terrifyingly calm in her voice. Something that made Caleb's hands tremble harder as he typed commands through blurry vision. Screens flickered. Override requested initiating shutdown protocol warning. System instability. Critical confirm? Caleb stared at the flashing button. He hesitated again. Mia whispered, "Do it." Her voice carried something ancient, something that reached deep into Caleb's spine and froze him. He pressed the button. The room shuddered, then the alarms changed tone. Facility shutdown sequence initiated. Evacuate immediately. Adrian exhaled shakily. "It's shutting down. Mia, we can leave." But Caleb wasn't done. He gripped the console, smiling through bloodied teeth. "You think you've won?" Mia tilted her head in that quiet, deadly way. Caleb laughed, voice breaking. "You shut down the project, but not the truth." Mia frowned. "What truth?" Caleb whispered. "There are others." Adrian froze. Mia's heart dropped. "What?" she whispered. Caleb's smile widened. Hawthorne wasn't the first site. It wasn't the only one. He coughed, blood splattering his lips. "There are 6 more. All across the country, children, subjects, generations just like you. The room fell dead silent. Adrian felt the floor tilt under him. Mia's breath caught in her throat. "No," she whispered. "I know you're lying." Caleb shook his head slowly. "You were not the end, Mia." A cold, dying laugh. "You were the beginning." Mia's vision blurred. Her legs trembled. Her heartbeat hammered. "Others? More children? More experiments?" Caleb whispered. "You can shut down Hawthorne, but you can never shut down the future." His head fell forward, and Caleb Rowan died with a smile. Mia stared at him, not with anger, not with relief, with horror. Adrian stepped to her side. "Mia, we need to go, now." The chamber cracked. A massive fissure split the floor. Pipes burst overhead. The ceiling groaned. The surviving subjects looked at Mia, terrified. "M2, what do we do?" Mia swallowed hard, forcing air into her lungs. "We leave," she whispered. "And then we stop the others." Adrian nodded. "Together." A steel beam fell inches from their feet. Mia grabbed his hand. Her voice shook but held steady. "Let's go." And with the broken army behind them and the collapse roaring above, Mia and Adrian ran toward the only thing left: escape and war. The sun was rising by the time Mia and Adrian reached the forest line, a pale, trembling light pushing across the horizon, painting the trees gold, brushing the ruins of Hawthorne Ridge with a strange, bitter peace. Behind them, the earth still rumbled. Smoke curled from the collapsed ground. Birds circled overhead, confused, disturbed. But the screams were gone. The alarms were gone. The nightmare, the tunnels, the darkness, gone. Only the survivors remained. A small group of subjects huddled together at the tree line, blinking at the morning light like they'd never seen dawn before. Some cried softly. Some whispered Emily's name. Some clung to Mia as if afraid she would vanish. Adrian stood beside her, arm wrapped around her shoulders, keeping her upright. "You did it," he whispered. "You stopped him." Mia didn't answer. She stared at the smoke rising from the ground where her mother had died, where she had been born, where her entire life had been rewritten without her consent. "I didn't save her," Mia finally whispered. "Not in time." Adrian took her hand. "You gave her justice." Mia's breath trembled. She deserved more. He squeezed gently. "So do you." She looked at him, really looked, and for the first time she allowed herself to lean into him without fear she'd break. For a moment the world was quiet. Then a subject approached them, small and timid, clutching a torn hospital shirt. "M2, he whispered. "What happens to us now?" Mia looked at them. Scared, unstable, damaged, but alive. Free. She spoke softly. "You're not subjects anymore." A pause. "You're survivors." They stared at her, unsure what that meant, unsure how to exist in a world without walls. Adrian nodded toward the road in the distance. "We'll help you get treatment," he said. "We'll get the media involved, the state, whatever it takes." Mia stiffened. "No," she whispered. "No media, no authorities." Adrian frowned. "Why not?" Mia turned to him, her eyes dark with new understanding. "Because Caleb was telling the truth." Adrian's stomach dropped. "No." Mia nodded slowly. "There are more facilities, more experiments, more children." Adrian shook his head. "This was just one twisted town." "No," she whispered. "This was one chapter." She stepped forward, watching the smoke rise higher. "We can't expose them yet. Not until we know where the others are. Not until we understand what they did to us." Adrian swallowed hard. "And what are we supposed to do? Just run?" Mia turned to him. "No, we prepare." She took a deep breath. Caleb didn't create me. My mother didn't raise a weapon. Her voice lowered. But if there are others like me out there, if they're suffering, if they're being controlled. Her jaw set. I'll find them. Adrian stepped closer. And you won't do it alone. She looked up at him. Are you sure? After everything you saw? He smiled softly. Broken, tired, but real. Mia. You saved me long before you knew who you were. The dawn wind blew through her hair. She turned her gaze back to the horizon. Below them, the earth shifted. Another portion of the facility sinking into the ground, vanishing forever. Mia whispered, "This place took everything from us." Adrian nodded, but it didn't win. Mia wiped her cheeks, her voice steadied. "Let's leave. The others need a place to rest." Adrian nodded, guiding her down the path, but Mia paused, turning one last time toward the smoldering ruins. She whispered into the wind, "Mom, I'll finish what you started." Then she turned away, following Adrian and the other survivors into the trees, into the new world, into the unknown. Not as M2, not as a subject, not as an experiment, as Mia, daughter of Emily, survivor of Hawthorne Ridge, and something else entirely, something the world wasn't ready for. Yet, if you're still here, you felt the darkness closing in. Some truths never sleep. They follow you. Before you go, tell me where you're watching from right now. This ending hits differently in the dark. For more crime thrillers, horror mysteries, and late-night suspense, like, subscribe, and turn on the bell, because the next story will go even deeper. Stay sharp, stay alive, stay out of the dark.